All right, guys. Hey, good Thursday afternoon, everybody. We will give folks a moment to filter in here. Wanted to go ahead and hop on as strong to severe storms developing across the region this afternoon. We just have our first tornado warning that's been issued south of Effingham, Illinois. Another severe thunderstorm warning you can see blinking there on the radar. I'll make my screen a little bit smaller so you can see it and I can zoom in here. We can see severe thunderstorm warnings beginning to develop here. This is really where I think the activity is going to ramp up over the next hour or two. It's taken maybe a little bit longer to get going than we had initially anticipated. It's maybe a half an hour to an hour slower, but if anything, that gave us a little bit more time for some daytime heating, to see some sunshine. And I think that these storms, as they get going over the next couple of hours, are still going to certainly pack a punch. So appreciate all of you all for hopping on. I see Hope in the comments there. Be sure, guys, to scan that QR code in the top right as well. Sign up for the Clarity platform. Matt is live on the Clarity platform right now as well for our clients, and our team sending out Nowcast updates, specific timing details, and a threat analysis as we go throughout the afternoon and the evening today. So for that real-time information, obviously I'm going to do my very best to cover each and every area when threatening weather develops this afternoon and evening, but those timing graphics and those detailed analysis graphics that the team makes are going to be critical as we work throughout this afternoon and evening. So right now, you can see in Indiana, for those of you watching from central and southern Indiana, no strong to severe storms at this point. However, this activity here in southwestern Indiana from Vincennes to Bloomington is increasing in intensity. And I think that this is the area that we're going to be monitoring here over the next hour or so to really see these storms gain intensity. This is where the best instability has built throughout the afternoon hours. It's where our better wind energy is developing. And I think ultimately that's where our highest threat for a couple of tornadoes is going to be as we go throughout the next couple of hours. I think that in terms of the tornado threat, this may be a relatively narrow window. I think the next 3 hours or so is kind of going to be the main time frame. And I do think your highest threats are going to be along and south of the I-70 corridor. Another thing that I do want to make a note of, which is a really, really great value added thing that our meteorologists can do. Jake actually issued a custom tornado warning. You see this dashed warning area. He actually issued a custom tornado warning on this 15 minutes before the National Weather Service put that out. And so he was able to give folks a lot of extra lead time. And if you look at the research on lead time, that is a huge lifesaver when it comes to these types of setups. So our team's constantly monitoring, and I just see now a report, our team, I'm looking at our chat, the Effingham tornado is on the ground. So according to reports that they're seeing, this tornado warned storm just south of Effingham, Illinois is on the ground right now. And guys, again, you can see the movement on this from southwest to northeast. It is working towards central Indiana. And so, again, a slightly delayed start maybe, but this system, in my opinion, is really beginning to ramp up right now. I'm going to switch over to our other radar screen here so we can get a little bit more of a high resolution look at these storms. And I want to specifically look at this one because this is the tornado warned storm right now in Effingham. And you can see the hook on this storm. Number one, and I think something to keep in mind in general as we go throughout the duration of this event, hail is also going to be a very big deal. I think that this is the type of setup that's a tornado and a large hail threat. We can get gusty winds, we can get damaging winds, but I think that hail and tornado activity probably going to be the biggest deal as we go throughout the duration of the event. And for those of you asking about specific areas and highest threat areas, I am going to get into that here in a moment, but I do want to talk about this storm for our friends in eastern Illinois for just a moment. These storms in general, guys, moving at about 42 miles an hour, so they are moving pretty quickly. If we take a look here at this tool, we can get timing on the core of this storm as it pushes to the north and to the east. I think eventually Sullivan to Terre Haute, that'll be an area that we need to watch. If we zoom in here, we can look at specific cities and we can look at the times on it. So reaching the Indiana border by about 5 o'clock Central Time, so closer to 6 p.m. in terms of where the rotation is on this storm. The leading edge of it will likely arrive a little bit sooner, but with this storm moving at about 42 miles an hour, this would be the timing on that as we push further off to the east. And actually, I need to update this. I need to speed this up a little bit. I'm going to speed this up and we will recalculate that because that may get us here a little bit faster, and it does. So that actually gets us to the border of Indiana closer to 4:30 Central Time, 5:30 Eastern Time, approaching Terre Haute by the time that we work towards about 5:50 p.m. Eastern Time. So keeping a close eye on this storm as it pushes off to the north and to the east as this activity works. It's moving at 24. Yeah, I got 42 earlier, so we'll keep an eye on that. Anyway, guys, I want to back out here for a second, and I want to look at the activity as it builds across Indiana. So I'm going to switch back over to our simulated radar, guys, and show you what we're going to see in terms of development here over the next several hours. And so taking a look here, this is as we work towards about 6 or 7 o'clock. I really think this activity in Illinois going to really be congealing at this point into a bigger cluster of storms that will push across western portions of Indiana towards Bloomington, towards Indianapolis. In my opinion, with activity that is developing right now, your biggest tornado threat going to be across this area in here. This is going to be the area as these storms are firing off where we need to really be keeping an eye on this. And I believe the Storm Prediction Center actually put this out as well. Let me zoom in on this. So this is the area in their mesoscale discussion that they were targeting. And overall, I don't disagree with that. I wouldn't be shocked if it comes a little bit further to the north. This storm in Effingham is a little bit further north than what this area would indicate. But if you are in southwestern Indiana, southeastern Illinois, north central Kentucky, Columbus, Bloomington, Brown County, Seymour, Louisville, Evansville, all of these areas, as storms develop over the next couple of hours, going to need to be monitoring for the strong to severe storm threat. So I will go in here and take a look at some of the comments and see if I can address some of these, and I will go back to the radar here so you all can take a closer look at the storms that we are tracking right now. So zooming out here, again, right now, guys, we only have the one tornado warning, and that's near Effingham, Illinois. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning as well, just to the north of that for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We have had several severe thunderstorms down in Kentucky as well. And so this is just east of Lexington. We've got a severe thunderstorm warning for an inch or quarter-sized hail, and then another one southeast of that nearing West Liberty. Once again, 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Taking a look at the radar in southwestern Indiana, again, these are the cells, and this is the development area that I want to keep an eye on. As this activity moves into a more favorable environment, these storms should start to get their act together here over the next 30 or 40 minutes or so. In terms of your highest threat areas, again, guys, I think that it's going to be southwestern Indiana. I'm going to draw a line here. I'm going to say south and west here. Let me back this up. South and west of this line through here. That is going to be where your highest tornado threat is going to be, in my opinion. Does it mean that you can't get an isolated tornado a little bit further to the north of that? No. But I think in terms of a couple of tornado warned storms, a couple of tornadoes on the ground, it's south and west of this line is the best risk. North and east of this line, it doesn't mean that you can't get severe weather. I just think that hail and wind probably the bigger threat. And I think that after 7 to 8 p.m., as storms move through, they're more elevated. And so they're not surface-based, which makes it harder to drop down a tornado, in which case, once again, hail and wind going to be the bigger threat. So that's kind of the breakdown of the setup right now, guys. Right now, we're just kind of watching and waiting as this activity starts to get going. It is slowly but surely doing that. Keeping an eye on a couple of these stronger storms trying to develop now near Vincennes, near Lawrenceville, Illinois. But right now, your strongest storms further to the west, kind of closer to the warm front. This storm near Effingham, just south of Effingham, is certainly a nasty looking storm. And we take a look at our velocity imagery here, we can get a pretty good rotation signature. So anytime you see the greens and the reds here on the radar right next to each other, it's indicating this type of rotation. And so, again, we had a report earlier, potentially a tornado on the ground with this system right now, and we'll need to be keeping an eye on that system as it pushes further off to the east. We also have some rotation on this storm near Paradise, Illinois. We need to be keeping an eye on that one near Mattoon as it approaches Mattoon and Charleston in eastern portions of Illinois over the next 20 or 30 minutes or so. Let's back this out and we'll go back to the radar zoom and we'll answer a couple of questions. Mooresville, Indy area ramping up over the next hour or so. The storm threats probably through 9 to 10 o'clock. I would say that your highest threats are going to be hail and wind, but an isolated tornado can't be ruled out. Crawfordsville, really the same type of a forecast, maybe slightly later for you. You're further north and west, so the tornado threat's probably going to be even more difficult. Hail and wind and heavy rain, lightning going to be the biggest threat. In terms of the Indy area, I would expect that some of these storms further to the south that are starting to develop here near Bloomington and Bloomfield, approaching the Indy metro area by about 5 or just after 5 p.m. The initial storms may not be severe, but I think that anything after that will have the capability of becoming severe. Columbus, Indiana, you're right in the thick of things. I think that as this activity really begins to fire off here over the next couple of hours, Columbus, Indiana, just north of Jeffersonville, Bedford, I'm seeing all these questions come in, Henryville, all of these areas are at play for strong to severe storms, including the risk of a tornado. I don't necessarily think right now this is a day where we end up with 10 tornadoes, but a couple, I think, certainly possible across that region. I'll circle an area again of the area that I'm most concerned about for you all, just because I know we're getting a lot of specific questions. So if you are south and west of this line especially, I'm going to say this is kind of your highest tornado corridor as things stand right now. This is where our best combination of instability is, where our best combination of wind shear, this is where I think your biggest threat is. Now, don't get me wrong. I do think that there can be an isolated tornado further to the north, but I just think that your higher risk for a couple of tornadoes, your better forcing is just to the south. And I'm seeing here that the tornado warrant or the tornado watch was shifted or expanded further north to include more of Johnson County, Morgan County, just south of the I-70 corridor, which is exactly what we were just talking about. Certainly the risk of an isolated tornado. Where they issued it first is where I think your highest threat is in terms of a couple of tornadoes. We do have a new tornado warning here, guys, just to the north and to the west of Newton, Illinois, that we'll need to be keeping an eye on. And the reason that we're talking about this, guys, is this storm is making a beeline right now towards Indiana. And I'm going to ask our team, because I know they were looking at it and we were getting some different times on some different cells right now as they're messy at first. So guys, do you all have an update on the speed of this storm as it moves northeast towards Effingham? I just want to make sure that we're consistent here as I time this out as it moves towards Terre Haute. So just want to make sure that we're consistent as these storms. The reason that these storms can have differing speeds as they get organized and get latched onto a boundary, or they're in a different part of the state, the winds aloft can be a little bit of a different speed. And so you will get a scenario in this type of a setup where storms move 25 miles an hour and 150 miles northwest may move at 40 miles an hour. And so you will have some differing speeds and even differing directions with some of these storms, because once you get a very strong storm, they do have the tendency to move more west to east, while weaker storms with this type of a setup will move more south to north. And so this storm may have the tendency to head further east, while these storms that are a little weaker may surge a little bit further to the north. So just something to keep in mind when you're watching radar as we go throughout the afternoon hours. All right, so let's see here. 30 miles an hour we're going to try on this cell. So we're going to switch this to 30 miles an hour, and then we are going to time this out for you all as it works further to the east. So I'm going to do kind of the core of the storm, leading edge of the core of the storm, and time this out for you all. This also, guys, has some pretty big hail on it. You can see the bright colors in here. So large hail associated with this as well. So timing this out, Terre Haute, 6:22 Eastern time, along the border of Indiana and Illinois by 4:45 Central, 5:45 Eastern time. Shelburne, you're looking at 6:11. Marshall, Illinois, 4:51 Central time. Then if we were to take this further to the east, as it approaches Center Point, as it approaches Bowling Green and Vandalia, you're talking about times closer to about 7 o'clock. So this is the strongest storm right now, guys, that we have on the radar. But you can see all of these storms in eastern Illinois right now getting its act together in terms of more severe thunderstorm warnings being issued, and a lot of hail with these storms right now. So that's the latest on that cell, guys, that we're keeping an eye on. So I'm going to go back through here and answer a couple of questions. Yep, just put under a tornado watch until 9 p.m. Is there a tornado threat for downtown Indy? I think so. I do think your higher threat is just to the south, but an isolated threat for Indy cannot be ruled out. No doubt about it. I would prepare if you're anywhere along the I-70 corridor in central Indiana through the Ohio River. I think you need to be prepared for the risk of a storm. Continuing on here, Noblesville, an isolated tornado. I think hail and wind, the bigger threat. Evansville's in an interesting spot because you are in a very favorable spot from a dynamic standpoint, but I am more questionable about how widespread the coverage is. I think the storms near Evansville are more isolated in nature, but any storm that does form will have the potential to be severe, including the risk of a tornado. Can you tell us anything about East Central Indiana, Muncie, Richmond, Winchester, etc.? I think that there's a strong storm risk in there. I do think that as the storms push further east towards Muncie, towards Winchester, towards Richmond, it's likely more of a hail and a wind threat. Jennings County, you're right in the heart of the strong to severe storm threat, including the risk for a couple of tornadoes. Let's back this out real quick, guys. Just looking at radar and just analyzing things, and I'm seeing Vince put this in as well, and there's an experimental weather model that was also trying to pick up on this. If I have to pinpoint the area where I think the worst of the storms are going to be right now, and this is a combination of both hail, wind, and tornado activity, it's going to be in this area in here. So that's going to include Bloomington, that's going to include Bloomfield, Terre Haute, it's going to include Sullivan, Vincennes, out near Columbus, Indiana. And I would guess that your best tornado threat, again, is west, south, and west, where the better instability is going to be. Doesn't mean you can't get one further to the east, but I do think maybe the risk for a longer tracked tornado would be the further west you are. Probably this cell, to be honest, that's setting up here near Effingham. This is a nasty looking cell right now. A lot of rotation, a lot of hail on that. Bloomington, Indiana, I have to go to work at 6, and my kids will be with a sitter tonight. Unfortunately, you're definitely in the risk for strong to severe storms. I don't think this is anything to panic about, guys. I'm certainly do not want to scare anybody, but I want everybody to be prepared here that strong to severe storms are certainly possible as we go throughout the evening. For Bloomington, it's probably going to be any of these storms just to the west right now, 5:30 through about 8 o'clock, based off some of the latest timing. I think this has been slowing down just a little bit. And that's kind of the general idea as things stand right now. I'm going to see if I can turn off the sound on this real quick. I'm going to turn over back to the Clarity Radar, and we'll see if they've got any new. It looks like they're putting out some custom alerts. So I'm going to show you that here real quick, guys. So here's a look at the Clarity Radar. We'll zoom in real close here in eastern portions of Illinois. We can see our team has issued, and I talked about this a little bit ago, that there's definitely rotation with these storms. They've issued 2 other custom BAM tornado warnings here because of the rotation that they're seeing with these storms. And so if you're in Mattoon, Charleston, Illinois, I would be taking shelter right now out of an abundance of caution with these storms. I'm also going to go over here and we'll look at a couple of nowcasts. I want to go and look at some nowcasts. Let's see here. We'll change our location. We'll go down here and see what our team is putting out from a nowcast standpoint. So this is the type of activity or the type of alerts that you'll be able to get on the Clarity platform. So our team here timing out the arrival of a second wave of storms that's developing right now in western portions of Illinois. So you can see the time frames on that: 6:15 p.m. for Terre Haute, 7:15 p.m. just to the east of Bloomington. And so that gives you an idea of the time frames with these storms as they push east. So we'll be sending out all kinds of timing alerts with this system as we go throughout the rest of the afternoon. And I'm going to change this to test location so nobody is confused. We're going to be looking all over the place with these nowcasts. Here's one that we'd sent out earlier in terms of timing for storms to arrive. 5 p.m. for Indy. Well, it's 4:30 and we've got storms approaching. They're not severe yet, but that timing looks to be pretty spot on in terms of the arrival of some of these storms. We'll see if they can start becoming severe here over the next 30 minutes or so. All right, guys. Looking around here, we'll go back to some of the questions. So still just these couple of tornado warnings right now across eastern portions of Illinois, severe thunderstorm warnings, hail and wind. And then now we're just watching. We're just watching and waiting, guys. So I'll take some more questions. We'll look around. I'm going to pull up from earlier our severe weather risk map because I think this also shows the general progression pretty well in terms of the highest risk areas. So this was updated earlier this afternoon. Orange area, that's the likely area for severe weather and the highest risk area for tornadoes. If you're in the yellow shaded area, that's going to include Indy, it's going to include Lexington, Cincinnati, Dayton. An isolated tornado going to be possible, but I think your bigger threat likely going to be hail or wind. And I think part of it for Evansville and Louisville, I just think the coverage, the further south you go, is perhaps a little more isolated in nature. So certainly the risk for tornadoes down there, but the storm coverage just isn't very high. Your higher storm coverage is going to be a little bit further to the north and to the west. Green area, can you get a strong storm? Yes, but not likely going to be dealing with tornado activity or anything like that. So that's kind of the overall picture for you all to kind of figure out your specific locations. Brantley asks, is BAM short for Brett and Michael? I would love to take credit for that, but no, it is actually Brian, Amanda, and Michael who were the founders of BAM back. Gosh, it's been 14 years now, I believe, 14, 15 years. Back when they were chasing storms, they were chasing the Henryville storm back 14 years ago, I remember, down where I grew up by. So Brian, Amanda, and Michael, who are still all very involved in the company. Michael is actually out in San Diego right now with Lauren and Taylor presenting at a conference for camps all across the United States. I worked on a presentation for him. It's a really, really cool presentation that he's giving out there about severe weather and beyond severe weather, but fog and wind and lightning and heat and all the different impactful weather scenarios that aren't talked about as much. Tornadoes that we're talking about today are talked about a ton, but fog, if you can believe it, causes 600 fatalities from car crashes every single year. It's one of the more deadly weather-related events. It's not taken maybe as seriously as tornadoes are. So we've had a lot of fog lately. It's a good reminder, take it easy out there. Fog can cause a lot of car crashes, which can cause fatalities. We want to be sure that we are staying safe with fog as much as we are staying safe with the severe storms as well. All right, let me go back to the current radar. We'll go back to the Clarity radar. By the way, guys, again, you can scan that QR code in the top right and sign up for Clarity, and you can get the alerts that our team is sending out, the specific timing graphics, the risk graphics, 60-second weather reels and videos. And Matt, right now on the live stream, for clients as well, going into even more detail. And so would highly encourage you all to check that out as these storms continue to move through the area. Right now, just to recap, we're keeping an eye on these storms in western portions of Indiana and eastern Illinois. Looks like the highest threat areas right now. Starting to get some of the wind energy to pick up in southwest Indiana. So, seeing a little bit more organization near Vincennes, starting to work towards Sullivan. But right now, they're not strong to severe warned. As you start to see more of these purples show up, you can see near Linton, and you start to see maybe some of the hooks on some of these storms, that's going to start to indicate their intensification and for them to become strong to severe. Taylor says, I loved clarity. Lexi says, I'm signing up for clarity. Hey, the great thing about clarity, I'm going to edit the theme here so that's a little bit easier to see. There you go. The great thing about clarity, guys, is that we're going to be sending you location-specific alerts. Our alerts for the severe weather, the tornado warnings, can bypass your phone if you have your phone on silent. That way you don't miss anything or you don't sleep through anything, and you don't miss any kind of severe weather risk. So Lexi, there's a couple of package options on there. There's the Clarity Home Premium version, which would get you the information about insights, which gives you more details in the hour-by-hour forecast, the daily forecast. If you're looking more for our in-storm alerts, our nowcast, or our just our warnings and our radar imagery, then that regular home base version is probably going to be better. So really just depends on how detailed of information that you want. I think the premium version is awesome because you can get even more advanced notice on it. All right, Brianna says she signed up today. Awesome, love to hear that. BAM is the best. Thank you so much, Lori. We appreciate that. Columbus, Indiana, still keeping an eye on this here, watching these storms firing off. Right now, I don't see anything immediate for you in Columbus, Indiana, other than a couple of light storms. And hey, we just got our first severe thunderstorm warning in Indiana. So 4:38 p.m., mark it on the dot. We have storms, strong to severe storms now officially firing off here in central Indiana. I will switch back over to the high resolution radar here, and we will take a look at this severe storm that has developed here. It's for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. It is moving to the north and to the east at 35 miles an hour. We'll take a look here at the side-by-side imagery and check to see if there's any rotation on this storm. So again, guys, with this, we're looking for any kind of potential velocity that would indicate rotation. And if we take a look here, you can see it's all greens, which indicates all the winds are moving towards the radar and not away from the radar, which means we're not seeing any rotation right now. So you'll be seeing this velocity image a lot on the right side of the screen as we go throughout the severe weather event to try to help us look to see where rotation and potential tornadoes can develop. Right now, this storm does not have a lot of that on it. It's more of a hail and wind threat, but it is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. And the movement of this would bring this particular cell close to the Indy metro area as we push over the next hour or two. So let's get some timing on this. And I'm going to update this to 35 miles an hour. Recalculate that there for you all. So we're looking at Whiteland at 6:35 p.m. Eastern, Franklin 6:34, Martinsville 6:01, Ellettsville 5:35. I did this, by the way, from the core of the storm, so you will get some rain, maybe some rumbles of thunder before this, but in terms of the severe storm, that's what we're timing out here. Working further to the north, Mooresville 6:19 Eastern Time, Greenwood 6:38 Eastern Time, Beech Grove 6:47, downtown Indianapolis at about 6:45 with the current timing on this storm. And I'm going to see here if I can turn off. I'm getting bombarded with the sounds, so I'm going to turn that off for now. We may turn that back on later, but severe thunderstorm right now, moving towards Indianapolis metro area. That is the first one that we're keeping an eye on as it pushes to the north and to the east over the next hour and a half or so. So let's see. I want to turn the sound off here. We'll figure that out later. We'll figure that out later. All right, guys. You can also see I just turned on the tornado watch areas to give you an idea of where the tornado watch is currently active for all of northern Kentucky, south central and southeastern Indiana, all the way up towards the I-70 corridor in Indiana and Illinois right now. Go back over here, and I'm going to turn that watch back off for you all so it's a little bit easier just to see the warnings. All right. All right. Going to go back through some of the questions here for you all. Bloomington, Indiana, guys, going to be looking here in the next 30 to 40 minutes for some of these stronger storms to be moving in. Something to keep in mind, guys, this is going to be a situation where storms are going to be on and off. This is not a super uniform line of storms. It's going to be very messy in nature. So you might have a strong storm or a severe storm move through. You might have it skip you, but you're not necessarily done yet. And so these on and off strong to severe storms, messy type of a setup is going to be the theme. If you miss one storm, it doesn't mean that you're done for the night. Bedford, Noblesville, guys, both of you all are still at play for strong to severe storms. Bartholomew County, starting to see storms develop to your south right now, seeing some rain working right now. Right now, I don't have anything specific to track for you, but we have a long way to go for the rest of the night with this system. I don't think Vincennes is completely in the clear, and I'm going to show you why. Vincennes, the reason I don't think you're in the clear, yes, these first storms have passed you, but this is what I'm talking about. Further out to the west, we've got more storms developing. And so it may seem, if you're in Vincennes, if you're in Jasper, if you're in Louisville, if you're in Seymour, Salem, it may seem like we're done because the radar is somewhat clear, the storms have moved north, but we're not done yet. We've got more activity developing out to the west. Current tornado warning cell right now, we'll zoom in, guys, on this. You can see it's moving to the east-northeast, approaching the border of Indiana here in the next 30 to 40 minutes or so. For Indiana, I would be keeping an eye on this if you were in Shelburne and northern portions of Sullivan County, towards Prairie Creek, towards Fairbanks, just to the north of Sullivan right now is where I would be keeping an eye on this storm as it pushes to the east. And guys, in terms of everybody's specific areas, I'm going to try to answer as many questions as I can. This is still the general outlook for the event as a whole. I still think there's additional development in this orange circled area. And I think that as a result, large hail, damaging winds, a couple of tornadoes possible. If you're in the yellow shade area, and I'll zoom right in. I'll zoom in even more so you can see it even a little bit better. If you are in the yellow shaded area, an isolated tornado is going to be possible, but I think your bigger threat will be hail and perhaps wind. So orange shaded area, that is your higher risk for a couple of tornadoes. Based off some of the latest trends, I might tug that a little northwest to include more of Terre Haute, mainly west of Indy. And I may cut back on it towards the Ohio River, towards Madison. But I think as a general idea, this is still the highest risk time frame. And that's even with the radar right now looking relatively clear because there's going to be more development. So just something to keep in mind, guys, as this activity lives through the area. Based off the current radar, could this become a little more isolated, not as widespread? It's not out of the question. I think based off current radar, I think that's the risk right now, is just the coverage stays a little more scattered. Anything towards Columbus, the wind is crazy right now. We'll zoom in on Columbus for you all. Take a look at the clarity radar here. We do have a storm developing. It's not a severe storm right now. It's not a strong storm, but we do have a storm developing. We'll bring some rain, some potential lightning. Let me see if I can turn the lightning on here so you all can see the lightning as well with this. Right now, most of the lightning out with these storms in eastern portions of Illinois. Looks like it's going more north than Hendricks County, Danville specifically. Danville, you're certainly in it. All this activity, frankly, is we're going to be working right towards Danville later this evening, closer to 6:30, 7 o'clock probably. So Danville is certainly still in play for severe weather out of this. All right. Taylor says, get the Clarity app for your more specific areas. I have it and it really goes into detail. Yeah. And here's a fantastic example. I'm going to give you an example. This is something that Tyler, I just saw him send in the chat. He is working on sending out to clients right now. And that is the kind of detail that you're going to get. So he's looking at a severe storm, one that is rotating right now. And he is timing this out for clients in the path, giving specific timing windows. This is the storm out in Illinois, when exactly the storm is going to arrive, what exactly that you're going to be dealing with as it arrives. So you really just can't get detail like this anywhere else. And the great thing about it is you're getting the alert well before the warning is even going to come out. And so you're getting a ton of heads up notice. This is an hour and a half heads up notice with this storm. And so just a really, really cool thing that our meteorologists are able to do and to get very specific with these severe weather type of scenarios. So a great job by Tyler with that graphic there. All right. Yeah, these storms in eastern Illinois at this point are really beginning to rotate. Starting to see a lot of rotation with these storms. We can actually, on the Clarity platform, and those of you that sign up for Clarity have access to it too. You can actually click, if you click on the left side of the screen, these three dots, you go to the current radar tab, you can click rotation tracks and you can actually see the rotation in every storm. So you can check to see if a storm is rotating or not. Always would, final call is from the meteorologist. Well, if we think it warrants a tornado warning, it warrants a nowcast, we'll certainly send that out. But this is another great little tool that you can look at and see, okay, well, this storm near Watson, Illinois has rotation. This storm near Strasburg, Illinois has got rotation. This one near Woodbury, Illinois has got rotation. And we are starting to see some rotation on this storm southwest of Linton, Indiana. So that's probably the next one that we're going to want to keep an eye on. Again, just another tool to hopefully give you some peace of mind and see, okay, well, none of these storms further off to the east right now are rotating, but the ones we need to watch are in eastern Illinois and in southwest Indiana. All right. All righty. Just going through some more comments, guys, analyzing the radar here, making sure that we are caught up on everything, checking our meteorologists and seeing what they're putting in. So we are communicating for you all what exactly that we're seeing. All right. Yep. Thank you, Barry. Appreciate it. Appreciate all of you all for hopping on. Be sure, guys, by the way, tag a friend, share this. As severe weather works towards the area, we want to be sure that we are alerting people to the best of our ability, letting people know that there's dangerous weather heading their way. And so be sure to share this, tag a friend, like it, comment, do all the things. And we appreciate all of you all for hopping on here. Callahan says, Willow says, hi, Dada. Willow was my daughter. She's watching. Thank you, Callahan. Thank you, Linda. Appreciate it. Are you going to be on here live through a lot of this? Yes, that is the plan. Any tornado warnings, especially as they work towards Indiana. I wanted to hop on a little early just for our friends in eastern portions of Illinois and give some insight. But the plan is to stay live for as long as the tornado threat is present. Once the tornado threat ends, that's when we'll shift things back to more of the Clarity side of things, nowcasts, and updates through the Clarity platform. But for tornado warnings, we will continue to be live for the foreseeable future until the tornado threat ends. So be sure to hang out with us, stay with us, and we will keep talking about the storm here. Looks like the team is working on a new Nowcast right now for severe weather, an updated severe weather time frame graphic that will be going out to areas north of the I-70 corridor here shortly. What do you think by Southern Indiana, by Louisville? You know, activity, we'll go back over, zoom this out here. There's not a lot of activity right now, but I do think that there can be some more development. Let's look here. We can turn on the future radar and just for a glance see if there's any additional development on the high resolution data. And you can see that it does try to develop more activity as we go throughout the evening. So this is our future radar. It's not perfect. Always, adhere to our alerts, our nowcasts. The future radar is a tool. It's not meant to be taken verbatim, but you can see that data tries to create some more development in Southern Indiana as we go throughout the evening. So if you're in Southern Indiana by Louisville, I don't think that you are out of the woods yet. I still think that there's the potential for all modes of severe weather, really for the southern half of Indiana at this point, and into northern Kentucky as well, southeast Illinois, southwest Ohio. So it's going to be a busy night, especially I would say the next 2 to 3 hours. I suspect that after 8 o'clock, a lot of the activity will start to become more elevated. It will become more of a hail risk rather than a tornado risk. But the time frame on that we'll need to keep an eye on just for more details as it gets a little bit closer. We do have a new tornado warning in eastern Illinois. So I want to go back over to that and we will look at some new timing with that storm in eastern Illinois. So I'm going to switch back over to the high-res radar and I want to do a side-by-side look of the velocity and the rotation. And man, guys, the rotation in these storms out here along I-70, it's robust. You can see right through here the difference in colors indicating rotation this way. And then you can see another one here, strong rotation couplet just to the south of I-70 in eastern Illinois. So both of these storms needs to be monitored very carefully as they push east. We'll go back to just the radar. We can click on this, by the way, ping pong ball sized hail as well with this. This storm's moving east at 30 miles an hour. This storm is moving east at about 30 to 25 miles an hour. Let's get some timing on this. We can also put the radar into motion here, guys. Take a look and we can see generally as these storms get stronger, they tend to move more west to east. We're starting to see that here with this storm that is just to the north of Newton, Illinois. And so if I put a timer on this, guys, move this to 30 miles an hour, and we'll put your rotation right through here in terms of your highest risk. Here's going to be the time frames. Sullivan, 6:15. Okay, 6:15 roughly for Sullivan. I would say especially if the storm continues to move more east. I think your highest threat, and you can kind of see the darker line here, the middle of the storm, Shelburne, Jasonville, Shelburne 6:17 towards State Road 41 here. 6:37 Jasonville, Johnstown 6:58. And then eventually we'll need to watch this as it pushes further to the east. So that's tornadic supercell number 1. If you are in this path, you can see in this red shaded area, you need to be watching this storm very carefully. There is a supercell that's capable of producing a tornado that's going to work towards your area over the next 2 hours or so. Again, we'll zoom in on some of the times. We'll go from west to east. 4:52 around the border, Central Time. Shelburne, 6:18. Jasonville, 6:38. And then by the end of this, Denmark, Stockton, here around State Road 246, we're looking at about 6:50 to 7 p.m. So keeping a close eye on this cell as it pushes east. Let's now look at this second one further to the north. It's going to track really just to the north of where the one that we just did was. So timing this out, we'll make sure we're at 30 miles an hour. Terre Haute, it's going to be about 6:08 p.m. Brazil, Indiana, 6:40. Further to the east, Cloverdale, 7:13, Martinsville, 7:50. So it is going to take a while for these storms to get here. But that is the corridor right now that we would most be concerned about rotating storms, potential tornadoes, and the risk for large hail and damaging winds. Let's see here. So, Jessa, our app is the Clarity Weather app. I'm also using a tool here called Radar Omega to time this out, which is a super cool tool as well. I know our team's working hard to add more local radar features as well to the Clarity platform. But in terms of us sending out custom updates, that's going to be the Clarity Weather app. And you can, and I can put it on here, you can scan the QR code in the top right to sign up, or the top left, excuse me, to sign up for Clarity. All right, a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued. You can see it blinking here. Not quite into Indiana yet, but just south and west of Robinson, Indiana. This is for quarter-sized hail. Again, guys, this is just where the hot spot is really setting up at this point. It's all of this activity through here, and we need to watch for additional development. This corridor in here, kind of the highest corridor right now, that will move further to the east as we work over the next couple of hours. Bloomington right now, guys, I don't have a specific storm that I'm timing for you, but really from this point forward, I'd say especially after 5:30, any storms that develop will be capable of producing severe weather. That's the challenging part, unfortunately, about this system is it's not one line. It's not one line of storms. It's a very messy cluster of storms, which means that it's very difficult to get specific time frame. But we're in it at this point. Any storms that are popping off in western Indiana here will be capable of producing severe weather. Muncie, I think your better threat, if I had to really pin it down, after 6:30 would be when things can get a little bit better. Anything severe in Marion County, Indiana? Yes, I certainly think that is possible. I think storms arrive before 9 p.m. There probably still can be storms around at 9 p.m., but I do think storms can arrive in Indy before 9 p.m. In fact, we're probably going to start to get some of this initial storm activity to move through in the next 30 or 40 minutes or so. Is Edinburgh in the path at some point tonight? Yes. Yep. In fact, you have a couple of storms moving in your direction right now. They're not severe, but a couple storms moving in your direction in Edinburgh. Certainly still in it. Sullivan, you are in a very hairy spot right now, I would say, because look at all of these storms out to your west. We've got a severe storm for quarter-sized hail. We've got 2 tornado warnings. 3 tornado warnings. Look at the other one that just popped up. So Sullivan to Terre Haute, in terms of Indiana, you're kind of in the most immediate concern areas. I would certainly be keeping a very close eye on these areas as these storms push east over the next hour, hour and a half. So Terre Haute to Sullivan, you need to be paying extremely close attention to this. You're in one of the more difficult spots in terms of potential severe weather with this system. Bargersville, yeah, you're in it. Bargersville can be same thing there. You're both in the threat for severe weather. Clarksville, Indiana as well. I'll go back over real quick, guys. I love you all, but I'm not going to be able to answer every single specific spot, unfortunately. I'm going to do my best. But what I'm going to do is share our severe weather risk map for you all, so you can see in a little bit clearer detail. So general risk areas. This is the general risk areas. Orange area, highest chance for tornado risk. I would perhaps tick this a touch northwest towards Terre Haute, just to the west of Indy. Not necessarily think it's in Indy in terms of the highest tornado threat, but I would shift this a touch northwest. Anywhere in the yellow area, guys, you're at risk for severe weather. large hail, damaging winds, and isolated tornado. I think your coverage is less the further south you go. It's more isolated in nature. But I also think that storms may be more prone to go severe warned quicker. If you're in the green area, it's going to be more difficult to get severe weather. Could you have a low end risk of hail or wind? I think it's possible, but I think that it's a lower end risk. If you're in Martinsville, yes, you should definitely be prepared. Anywhere should be keeping an eye on, in this region, yellow or orange especially, should be keeping an eye on the radar and have your alerts on and be prepared to go into a safe spot this afternoon and evening at this point. Again, I don't think this is a repeat of a major tornado outbreak or anything like that, but tornadoes are dangerous and we need to be keeping an eye on the radar and ensuring that we are heeding warnings when they come in. And that's the bottom line. Bedford, anytime from now through about 9 o'clock, scattered storm is going to be possible. I will show you the latest future radar here. So you can see, guys, future radar as we go throughout the rest of the evening, some additional development possible in here. Coverage on this may be a little bit too widespread, but this is 7. This is by 8 o'clock. You can see activity starting to push further to the east. This is by about 9 o'clock. Now, I think at this point, guys, most of this activity along the I-70 corridor is what we call elevated. And so it's more of a hail and wind threat than a tornado threat by 9 o'clock. As we continue to go through here, this is by 10, we still have storms in the area. By 11 o'clock, you can see most of this activity pushing further off to the east, moving into Ohio mainly by midnight. Your highest risk time frame is now through about 8 to 9 o'clock. For Sullivan, Indiana, guys, for those of you asking, you are in a challenging spot right now in terms of missing these. I think there's a high chance in Sullivan to Terre Haute that you've got severe storms moving in the next hour or so. I will go back over and we'll time those out because those are the most severe storms right now. The storms south of Indy are non-severe at the moment. All right. So we will switch. The Evansville radar may be a little bit better here. So we'll pull that up for you all. And we will time this out. So these cells, guys, by the way, 1.5-inch sized hail, ping pong ball sized hail, but they're moving to the east at 30 miles an hour. If we zoom all the way in, you can see the hook on this. Anytime you see this type of a signature, with this type of a hook, kind of this comma shaped, it's indicating rotation. And so what's happening here with this particular storm is you have what we call inflow. So you've got winds moving like this, and then you have winds moving like this, and it's helping to create a mesocyclone and potential rotation and a tornado. This storm has had a history of producing a tornado. And when you see these colors right next to each other, the yellow and the green, it's indicating strong rotation. So I'm going to time out, guys. I'm going to time out the rotation with this storm. You may get hail before this, something to keep in mind, but I want to time out the rotation of this storm as it pushes to the east, because this is working towards Indiana and it's going to move into Indiana shortly. So moving at about 30 miles an hour, core of the storm, guys. Shelburne 620, Sullivan 617, Prairie Creek 613, Jasonville 640, Clay City 650, out towards Spencer, Indiana by about 730. This is the track of this right now. So if you're in the red shaded area, you are in the path of what is currently a tornado warned storm. And I see John is right now working on a nowcast with more specific details about this cell. And he's even, and I don't disagree, saying that as this continues to intensify, we can put it into motion here, it's moving more eastward. And you can actually see that on the last couple of frames, that this storm is starting to push further to the east. And so if it continues in that direction, then you are increasing your risks for Sullivan, Jasonville. It's still the same time, guys, but note how it's a little bit more west to east. That would then bring Bloomington more into play. What tends to happen with these supercell storms is as they intensify, they tend to move more right. It's what we call a right mover. And so the main winds aloft may be trying to push them further from the southwest to the northeast. But as these storms rotate, that rotation helps pull them further to the east. And again, I think that that's starting to happen here with this storm. I want to keep an eye on this storm further southwest too. Note how you're starting to get that look of a hook right through here. This comma shaped. That's what we're looking for in terms of rotation. Guys, I'm not looking at Indy right now. You can see the border. We're in eastern Illinois. But these are the storms working towards central Indiana. If we take a look, you can see a little bit of rotation on this, but it's weak. It's messy right now. But it's one to keep a close eye on. Eventually, that storm, we put this one into motion. I think the potential issue with this storm is if it doesn't start to rotate faster, it could start to impede this storm further to the north. This is another one that Sullivan needs to be keeping an eye on, and probably just south of that along State Road 41. I don't have any change to the forecast for Indy right now. Keeping an eye on these storms as they push east. So that's where we are at right now. Again, our two biggest storms right now are in eastern Illinois. We'll zoom out and you can see where these are. Vincennes, I don't think you're out of it yet. And for those of you just hopping in, we're probably going to see more development. This is not kind of a one wave and done or one line of storms and done. This is going to be just on and off messy storm activity throughout the evening. I do think that at this point, the highest coverage is probably north of Vincennes. But you can see here, just even over the past hour or so, we've had more development. These storms have organized. This storm in eastern Illinois has really developed here over the past 30 minutes. And we've got more storms out towards St. Louis. Look at these. These are firing up. We'll need to watch these eventually for Vincennes. So you're certainly not out of the woods if you're in southern Indiana. You develop more of this activity and you bring this area right back into it down the road. We've got several more hours of severe weather risk that we're going to need to keep an eye on. All right. Richmond going to get rough. I think the strongest storm risks are west of Richmond, but you're still certainly in it. When do you think for Columbus? Columbus, you've got some storms working towards you right now. New tornado warning. That's the one we were just talking about. So new tornado warning on this storm. I'm surprised this isn't warned for larger hail, by the way. This is a really, really strong hail core. It's indicating some strong hail through this area in here. And we can put this into motion. Watch how over the past few frames, this storm has started to move more west to east. These storms, as they rotate, they move more west to east, which would put it more from the rotation standpoint on this track here. What are the countries in gray for? I'm not sure what you mean, Penny. New tornado warning. We'll look at that here in a second. Timing this one out. Need to watch Linton by 6:33, Bloomfield by 6:57, Guthrie by 7:42. Along State Road 37, I should say here. We'll need to be keeping an eye on this around 740. These storms aren't moving super fast right now. We'll need to watch to see if they can speed up a little bit as we go throughout the rest of the evening. No, I would not say Greenfield is in the clear. That's a special weather statement. Great question. It's for wind gust tomorrow. I'll take that off just to avoid any confusion there. There we go. That's gone. That's for winds tomorrow. By the way, guys, once we get through today, it's going to get colder. It's going to be super windy. And it could snow on Sunday a little bit, if you can believe it. Not much, but I think a little bit of snow, some snow showers possible on Sunday. Not out of the question. All right, let's get some new timing on this cell here. This one is the one that's probably going to be the first tornado warning storm eventually into Indiana. It has sped up a little bit. It's moving east at 40 miles an hour, so we'll put some new timing on this. I'm going to switch over to the Indy radar for a little bit of a better zoom. And let's time this out. 40 miles an hour on this storm. And this is the path. So need to be keeping an eye on Terre Haute, 5:55 p.m. Eastern. Prairie Creek, 5:45. Brazil, 6:19. You can see this is sped up a little bit. Eventually, this cell would need to be watched all the way out towards Martinsville, Indiana, Paragon, Cloverdale. You can see the times here, 6:44 for Cloverdale, 7:01 for Paragon. This gives you a nice look of where exactly that this is going to be tracking. If you are in the red shaded area, you can see this red shading on the radar. You need to be prepared for strong to severe storms working towards you over the next 2 hours. That's the bottom line. That includes the risk for a tornado. I think that you are certainly at play for large hail, damaging winds, and the potential for a tornado. In terms of Sullivan, keeping an eye on this storm further to the south. Actually, these two storms, to be honest. I'm going to switch back over to the Evansville radar. You're kind of in between the radars here. Kevin, I'm not sure what you're talking about. We've never had that feedback, but I'm sure somebody on our team would be more than happy to help you figure out how to use the app. Timing on Sullivan here. Yeah, Kevin, we are more than happy to help anybody that needs assistance with the app. Our team and their customer support is amazing, and we're always happy to try to help because the app should be friendly to use and give you valuable information. We do have a reported tornado on the ground now. We'll go back. It's this cell here near Flat Rock. Here is the timing of the cell near Sullivan. We need to be looking kind of between 6 and 6:15 for Sullivan, in my opinion, for the core of the rotation to be working through. This storm down to the south, let's turn on the velocity. That is a very, very strong rotation signal that we're seeing here. So really, really strong winds towards the radar, away from the radar, strong rotation right in the middle here. This one does have a confirmed tornado on the ground. So for anybody watching in this area, we have a confirmed tornado on the ground at this point, just to the south of Hardinville, Illinois. And that will cross over towards Indiana here soon. Timing on this, guys, it is moving northeast at 30 miles an hour. And we'll time this out for you all. There's the rotation. Timing this out. Oops, let's go back here. It's fighting me. There we go. 30 miles an hour on this. This is the timing of the rotation specifically. 6:35 for Linton, Indiana. 6:26 for Cass, Indiana. Carlisle, Indiana. 6:07. Eventually just to the west of Bloomfield, 6:45. So probably about 7 for Bloomfield. Terms of timing for the Indy metro area with this activity. Let's time this out for you all. This is the activity that we need to be watching for the Indy metro area. You can see this cell here is working east at about 35 miles an hour. And we'll time this out for you all. Working towards Indy. Timing for Indy with this cell. You can have some storms before this, but right now they're not severe. But in terms of the strong to severe storms, you're looking at downtown Indy at about 7:40 p.m. And you can see all the different times on here as a general idea. Greenwood, 7:45. Mooresville, 7:20. Greencastle, 6:36. Further out to the west, Clinton, 5:50. Brazil, 6:11 in terms of the timing on that. Right now, I would say the best rotation would be going south of Greenwood, but you are certainly not out of it. Columbus, you're not out of it. Boone County, you're not out of it either, though I do think it's more of a strong storm threat than a tornado risk. And I've got the timing, guys, in terms of the strong storm here on the screen. This is a severe warning storm right now. This would be the track that it would be taking. Gives you some idea here of the timing of the storm. Danville, 7:10. Brownsburg, 7:23. Downtown Indy at about 7:40. Southport, guys, 7:45 with this storm. Fishers have a tornado risk, very low in tornado risk for Fishers, I would say, isolated. Better threat for the potential of hail and wind. James, I actually think hail could be the biggest threat today. A lot of these storms have hail potential. I think that of all the threats, hail is probably going to be the most common. And it could be large hail, inch to an inch and a half diameter hail. Locally higher, I don't think can be ruled out. Yeah, Muncie's going to get hit at night, unfortunately. Columbus, Indiana. I don't know if you're talking about Columbus, Ohio or Columbus, Indiana. Columbus, Indiana is in a tornado watch. I doubt Columbus, Ohio will be in a tornado watch. All right. I'm going to go back down, guys. A lot of questions right now in terms of specific areas. If you are in this red shaded area, strong storms will eventually work in your direction as we go later into the evening. I do think your biggest tornado threat will be further to the south. You can see these storms that are tornado warned right now. And that's kind of south of the I-70 corridor, along and south of the I-70 corridor right now. It's going to be where your highest tornado risk is going to be. Will the sun setting help lower the tornado threat? Maybe a little, but in this case, in this type of setup, probably not a ton, unfortunately. All right. Taking a look here, this has been a tornado warning storm that has confirmed a tornado on the ground right now. So as these storms, guys, start to push towards specific areas, especially into Indiana, we will focus more so on the individual storms. If I'm not talking about your location, it just means that you're not under an immediate risk. The areas that are going to soon be under an immediate risk are going to be Sullivan, Shelburne, Terre Haute, Prairie Creek, Prairton. This area, as these three cells push further to the east over the next hour. To time this out for you all, this storm is moving at about 30 miles an hour, 30 to 35 miles an hour on pretty much all of these. So this storm is moving in this direction here. And we're looking at timing to be 4:45 Central, 5:45 Eastern for Palestine, Illinois. For Linton, you're talking about 6:23, Worthington 6:43, and Bloomfield 6:44. This storm has my attention right now as the most dangerous one. There's strong rotation here. You can see the hook. Anytime you get this comma-shaped look, this is a strong rotation signal working right towards Flat Rock, Illinois. Very strong rotation signal on the velocity signature. Would suspect that this continues to have a tornado on the ground, and we can look at that. If we take a look at the correlation coefficient here, what you're seeing, you see all these blue and green messy colors all lit up here, indicating likely debris being lofted into the storm. There is very likely a tornado on the ground right now to the west of Flat Rock, Illinois, and this storm needs to be monitored carefully as it pushes further to the east. Here's your track on it. If you were in this path, the rotation is working towards your area. The tornado warning may not be out yet, but eventually it will be. Let me zoom this out. This is the track on it. So again, Linton, guys, 620, 623. Definitely a dangerous storm here. Southern half of Sullivan County, I would be prepared to take shelter. We have a new tornado warning now. You can see it blinking here for this cell. This is the one eventually. It's moving almost directly west to east at this point. Watch how it moves more west to east with time. So that is moving almost directly towards Shelburne. It's also got an 1.5 inch diameter hail. It's moving east at 35 miles an hour. If we time this out for you all, I'm going to turn this off for a second so it's easier to see. Timing on this, guys, in terms of the rotation. Shelburne 608. I know somebody was asking about Shelburne earlier. Sullivan 606. My gut says the rotation is just north of Sullivan, but in the northern portion of Sullivan County. Jasonville 626. Freedom 656. And then assuming it holds its strength in about 2 hours' time, that's when it's going to be working towards Bloomington, Indiana. And for those of you that have been watching our updates on Clarity, Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus, that has kind of been our hotspot area with this the whole time, and I can see it setting up. These storms are moving more west to east right now. And right now, my biggest concern area, for those of you further east, I'm going to circle an area of where I'm most concerned about tornado risk right now. Right now, it's this area. This is the area right now that I would be most concerned about from a tornado standpoint, simply based off what I see on the radar. Could you get some more development further south? I don't think that's impossible, but your most widespread coverage right now is in this region. How strong can they linger as it works east of I-65, along I-65, let's say east of this line, I think is a question mark. I would say Bloomington, Monroe County, Southern Morgan County, Brown County, out towards Bloomfield. This is going to be your highest risk area as things stand right now. For Columbus, you're looking probably closer to 8 p.m. at this point. These are moving somewhat slow. If they can speed up a little bit, maybe you're closer to 7:45, 7:30. But if I were just to take the current speed of these storms and just move them straight across, you're 8 o'clock for Columbus in terms of the strongest part of them. Now, you may still get some rain, some storm activity out ahead of it. That won't kill the setup and the risk, but that's kind of the general progression as things stand right now. Yep, you're welcome, Jennifer. All right, new tornado warning now issued. I'm surprised that they did not issue another one, but this has a PDS tornado warning tag on it. This is a particularly dangerous situation, which means There's likely a large and dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now with this storm. So, extremely concerned right now about the tag on this storm, guys. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Flat Rock or Robinson, moving northeast at 40 miles an hour. If anyone on my team is watching, can we go ahead and get a post out about this as well? Because this is going to be moving towards just south probably of Sullivan, Indiana. That's an area that got hit by a tornado somewhat recently. Very, very concerned about the situation here as these storms move into western Indiana. So if you are in this area here, I'm going to circle just a generalized area. This area here. I would go ahead and get your shelter plans ready now. This is a dangerous situation. A confirmed large and dangerous tornado is on the ground just to the north and to the west of Flat Rock, Illinois. As this storm moves further to the east, this is kind of the corridor that it's going to be taking. And so Sullivan, Linton, Bloomfield, Worthington, that is the direction that this storm is moving. And I'm particularly concerned about this storm because there are no storms south of where it is. That means it's getting what we call unimpeded flow. What that means is you basically have nothing stopping warm, moist air from entering into the supercell and continuing to allow for very, very strong rotation. And so there's really nothing right now to stop this storm from producing a tornado. And if we take a look at what we call the correlation coefficient, we're basically just trying to see if there's debris. This storm is completely full of debris right now. Again, a large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now. It's in this ball right here. It's moving, John says it's moving northeast at 33 miles an hour. So if we time this out for you all, I've got it at 35 on here, which should be pretty close. This is the track that it's taking. Timing, guys. Carlisle, 5:57. Just south of Sullivan along State Road 41, probably right before 6 p.m. Cass, 6:12. Linton, 6:20. Bloomfield, 6:41. So that takes us over the next hour. This is the main concern. There's two other tornado warnings, but this is the one that has had a confirmed tornado on the ground. By the way, our team, if you have the Clarity app, guys, our team has already issued a tornado warning out ahead of this, trying to give folks more lead time. For Michael's presentation that he's doing right now in San Diego, the research that we did showed that there was a 30% reduction in either it was injuries or fatalities, regardless, 30% reduction when there was just 5 more minutes of lead time. So we are working on our app to give folks extra lead time when it comes to the storm. So Sullivan, I would say along and south of Sullivan, Cass, Linton, you need to be preparing, if not going ahead and getting into a safe spot. Again, your tornado right now is in here. Andrew, I am zoomed out so people could see where the storm was going. We'll zoom in and out periodically. Terms of our tornado, it's right here. This is where the tornado is right now. New Hebron, Duncanville. It's going to be moving in this direction here. Richwoods, Moria, eventually towards Palestine. Let's go up further to north. I want to look at a couple of these storms here. So this storm here is tornado warned. 1.5 inch ping pong ball sized hail as well, moving east at 35 miles an hour. So moving in this direction here. Shelburne, 6:07. Along and north of Sullivan, 606. There's the new tornado warning. Jasonville, 627 or 625, I should say. Clay City, 635. So, new warning on this here, guys. And kind of an interesting setup because this storm is moving a little more northeast. I wouldn't be shocked if it tries to go more go more east. This is in eastern Illinois and in western Indiana. But then this storm to the north is moving more west to east. By the way, this is still a confirmed tornado on the ground. And here's the timing of it. Linton, 622. Worthington, 642. This storm further to the north. Timing of it. Again, this one moving a little more west to east right now. 610 for Shelburne. Jasonville, 628. Clay City, 638. Regardless, guys, just to kind of circle an area. Your risk in terms of these storms as we're moving into Indiana through this area. These are the highest concern areas right now. If you're in this pink circle, you have tornado warning storms moving towards you over the next hour and a half. All right. Let's go to the Indy radar here. We'll take a look here at Indy. Let's see. John Kemper sent me a message here. John's working on a nowcast for that specific storm. So a tornado warning storm there. He's working on it. That storm is moving 34, 35 miles an hour. Let's see. How long can a tornado last on the ground? It can last on the ground seconds, and it can last on the ground for hours. It really just depends on the strength of the tornado. This one, I think, south of Sullivan, along and south of Sullivan, I should say, I think has the potential to be on the ground for longer. And John is working on a nowcast right now for Sullivan, Linton, Jasonville kind of area. So again, zooming in on this, confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm. It's going to cross the border into western Indiana here soon, eventually working towards Highway 41 here. And the northern portion of this storm, I think, especially from a hail perspective, Sullivan is in it. I think that your highest tornado risk, let's put this into motion here. We'll just do some real-time analysis for you all. To me, your highest tornado risk is going to be right through here, if I had to narrow it down. Now, if you're under a tornado warning, heed the shelter, but this is your highest risk in my biggest concern area right now. If you are in the path of this storm, and you could maybe extend this a little further north too. I'm gonna erase this. Let me go back here. I'm gonna extend this a little further north. If you're in the path of this storm, take shelter now. This is an extremely dangerous situation. There is a large and dangerous tornado that is on the ground right now. John just did a nowcast that he's sending out. I'm going to slide it over to the other screen, and I'm going to show this to you. So this is the type of information that we're sending out in the Clarity platform, specific timing details. And, you know, I'm covering so many different areas for you all right now. The Clarity platform is such a great way to really narrow things down for your specific location. Obviously, I do my very best to go through as many locations as I can for you all. But if you want to know specifics for where you're at, the Clarity platform is going to do that for you. So timing on this, Cass just after 6 p.m., Linton just before 6:30, and then 7 p.m. you're looking kind of at that I-69 marker and just to the north. Eventually, we're going to have to watch the storm as it pushes towards the Bloomington and the Monroe County area. And guys, I want to keep an eye on this storm here. This is kind of what I've been talking about of additional development. Watch this storm. It's starting to get its act together a little bit here. So we're going to need to watch this storm. It's not warned yet, but it's definitely a stronger storm. This one would have its eyes towards the Indy metro area in the next hour. So we need to keep an eye on this storm. Right now, the tornado warning storms are further to the west, though. So you've got this storm near Marshall, Illinois. You've got another one near York, Illinois. These have not been extended yet. So if we take a look at the velocity, there's the new tornado warning. Oh, sorry, guys. I didn't switch it over. I got ahead of myself. There we go. Sorry about that. We are live on air. So going back here, guys, to Indy, because that's what I was talking about. So let's go back to that. Keeping an eye on this storm here. I hear you. I hear you. I gotcha. So keeping an eye on this storm here, starting to get its act together along State Road 46. This one would have its eyes on Indy over the next hour or so as it pushes to the north and to the east. Something to watch. Right now, it's not warned, but it is getting stronger. So that is one that I think we need to at least keep our eye on as it moves through northern Morgan County, eventually towards Plainfield along I-70, and then towards the Indianapolis area. Further to the west, we do have a new tornado warning here. I'm switching back and forth between the Evansville radar and the Indianapolis radar, just because these storms are honestly right in between the radar. But new tornado warning, including golf ball sized hail. I would go ahead and include Shelburne in that. But Fairbanks, State Road 48 here, State Road 154. If we take a look at our velocity imagery here, you can see the rotation. Green's working towards the radar, red's working away from the radar. We've got rotation right in this area. So I'd be keeping an eye on the potential for a tornado. It's not impossible. A tornado could drop down here right over Highway 1 as it crosses over into Indiana just to the north of State Road 154. Noblesville just rained for now. And hey, how about that? There's our severe thunderstorm warning on that storm we were talking about. So this is for $half sized hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, $half sized hail. This is going to include State Road 46 up towards Cloverdale and eventually towards I-70. This storm is moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour as well, which has generally been the theme. Not seeing rotation on this storm at this point, which is good news. We will keep an eye on that. But timing this out for you all, arrival timing for this storm, I'm going to take this all the way towards Indianapolis, is going to be about 6:51 p.m. for downtown Indy. So just over an hour. For Greenwood, 6:45. Mooresville, you're looking at about 6:25. Plainfield at about 6:29 in terms of this storm that is working towards your area right now. That is the main risk at the moment, at least. That is the main risk at the moment for the Indy metro area. And that is for $half-sized hail and gusty winds. Further out to the west, here are your tornadoes. And they're all clustered together right now. Again, one tornado that is confirmed on the ground right now that is should be crossing over into Indiana here shortly. Checking a couple of things here, guys. All right. So, timing these storms out, I'm going to take a look at this storm here as well. That's just south of Terre Haute. Again, all of these storms generally right now moving at about 35 miles an hour, slightly to the north and to the east. So we've got Cloverdale at 7:07 with this, Prairie Creek at 6 o'clock, Clay City at 6:35. We've got Jordan 6:53, and you can see this will move just to the north of Freedom, Coal City with that northern storm. With the second storm, it's moving at about 35 miles an hour. Jasonville 6:21, Freedom 6:51. This storm is tornado warned right now. Shelburne 6:03 to 6:10 or so on the leading edge of the storm. All right. I'm going to move back over to this storm because it is the one with the confirmed tornado on the ground. Some good news, perhaps. Seeing a little bit of weakening. This is a confirmed tornado, guys, right now, crossing right over into the border, Illinois and Indiana. And you can see the rotation. Maybe showing some signs of weakening. That would be a really, really good thing as it pushes further to the east. Marissa, yes, we're actually live, or Matt has been live on Clarity. I know he's having a little bit of some technical difficulties right now, but he should be back soon. So you should be able to grab the link in the chat of the Clarity platform. All right, guys. So I'm going to just go back to the Clarity platform here for a moment. Take a wider look for everyone because we've been zoomed in. So let's take a wider look. We can see here really kind of just a nasty cluster of storms that have started to develop here in western portions of Indiana. And right now, this is where the activity in terms of the large hail, the tornado risk is setting up. I think that in terms of risk areas, I would ride the I-70 corridor in terms of where I think that these highest risks are going to be, which would bring you towards Monroe County, Morgan County, maybe eventually Johnson County. We'll need to keep an eye to see how well these storms can sustain themselves as they push further off to the east. We do have a new tornado warning now. You can see it blinking. That's going to include Terre Haute. So if you're in Terre Haute, if you're in Prairie Creek, if you're in Prairieton, you need to be taking shelter right now. I'm going to turn off some of these other alerts so it's a little bit clearer for you here. So tornado warning, guys, here, including Terre Haute, Prairieton, Prairie Creek, and that is going to go out through the next hour. The storm moving east at about 30 miles an hour, tornado and quarter-sized hail. So tornado warning, that is going to include Terre Haute, Indiana. If you're in Terre Haute, you need to be taking shelter right now. Anywhere from Terre Haute to Prairie Creek there, you need to be taking shelter for a potential tornado with this storm. We actually now have 2 confirmed tornadoes. So we have another confirmed tornado now near York, Illinois. That will be working towards Fairbanks, Indiana, and eventually towards Shelburne. And Shelburne's an area that I want to keep an eye on. You need to be taking shelter if you are in here. This includes 1.75 inch diameter hail. This is northwestern portions of Sullivan County. This storm producing golf ball sized hail and moving east at about 35 miles an hour. Eventually, guys, as these storms move further off to the east, we'll need to be keeping an eye on areas like Ellettsville, Spencer, Bloomington, and then this cell, which is not tornado warned at the moment, but this cell is going to be working towards northwestern portions of Morgan County with the potential for large hail, 1.25 inch diameter, $half-dollar sized hail. So That is the main risk in terms of the immediate short term for kind of the Indy metro area. And guys, if I'm not talking about your specific area right now, it's just because you don't have anything that's impending. Ohio, northern Kentucky, southeast Indiana, you're still at play for more activity later this evening, but it's going to be a little while before it starts to ramp up for you. So I want to be sure that we're focusing on the areas that are in immediate danger, if you will, right now on the live stream. If you're looking for more specific information for your location for later in the evening, timing, specific details and impacts, I would scan the QR code in the top right for the Clarity platform. Our team's sending out Nowcast for more specific details. In the live stream, we're going to, for the most part, be focusing in on what is ongoing right now. So I'm going to move back here, guys, to the high resolution radar imagery. You can see that here. We do have a storm that has a confirmed tornado on the ground. If we zoom in here, this is going to be working right towards State Road 58 here. You can see it also contains golf ball sized hail. Eventually, that is going to be working across Highway 41 towards Paxton, Indiana, and then eventually towards Green Sullivan State Forest and Duggar and State Road 159. And so, they have not issued another tornado warning on this. I think that they need to personally. If you are in this area, I would go ahead, probably all the way out towards Linton. I would go ahead and take shelter. If you are in this pink area, go ahead and take shelter now. There is a tornado warned storm working in your direction right now. So if you're in that area, maybe even Sullivan, out of an abundance of caution, go ahead and take shelter now with that storm. Further to the north, the second cell, supercell working towards Fairbanks, State Road 48. Eventually, this is going to work towards Shelburne, Hymera, Colmont, out towards State Road 48, 159. And then eventually we'll need to watch this storm as it works further east, both of these storms really, as it works further east towards Worthington and Freedom. And so, anywhere kind of in western Indiana here, west of Bloomington, you are in the bullseye right now in terms of this. And hey, look at this. We're not done yet. There are more cells developing west of this. And so this goes back to kind of what Peyton, yes, Terre Haute has a tornado warning. You should be taking cover right now. If you are in Terre Haute, you need to be in a safe spot, an interior room, a basement, away from windows, under a staircase, whatever you can do to get away from exterior walls, you need to be taking shelter right now. But guys, again, we've got more development in this same area. So even after this storm passes for Sullivan to Terre Haute, along Highway 41 here, you've got more cells that are developing further off to the west. I want to move back over here to this storm because this storm is starting to take a nasty look on it. It's hooking right now, guys. Starting to see some rotation. It's not super strong at this point, but I am starting to see rotation here, guys, right through here. And so that's just to the south of Cataract. There's probably some very large hail ongoing right now near Cataract. This storm pushing to the north and to the east. I would not be shocked based off the look of this storm and how quickly it's wrapping up and the environment that it's in if this storm goes tornado warned. I would not be shocked about that. And in fact, it looks like our team put out a tornado warning on this storm. So if you are in the path of this storm here, guys, I'm going to move over and I'm going to zoom in. This one moving further northeast. If you are in the path of this storm, in this severe thunderstorm area through here, I would be taking shelter. This storm has the potential to drop a tornado. This goes out towards State Road 39. This goes out towards Brooklyn, just to the north of Martinsville, Indiana. Kind of riding the State Road 67 corridor here. Look at the hook. This is a classic supercell look on this storm. This 100% has the potential to produce a tornado. Doesn't mean that it will, but it has the capability of producing a tornado. This one certainly needs to have our attention. This one moving closer to the Indy metro area. I'm going to get some timing on this for you. It's moving northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. I'm going to time this out. And I think that when you see this, plan on sheltering. So here is the track. I'm going to go slightly south of where the severe thunderstorm warning is because these storms have the tendency as they rotate to move further to the east. We'll need to keep an eye to see if it can move even further east than this. But in terms of time frames, Quincy 6:05. We're talking about Monrovia about 6:30. Brooklyn at 6:37. Mooresville 6:41. Waverly 6:47. Eventually, in about an hour's time, we would need to monitor this storm as it pushes into northwestern Johnson County. So our team, again, guys, put out a custom tornado warning because they saw this storm starting to rotate, and they've put a tornado warning on it to include areas like just south of Cloverdale, along the state road here, kind of just along and north of the state road 67 there, just to the north and to the west of Gosport. So guys, again, if you are in this area in the red, you should be taking shelter. There is the potential for this storm to drop a tornado. Let's take another look, and then we'll go back to our other storm because I don't want to miss the one in Sullivan, towards Sullivan, I should say. Not super strong rotation yet, but it's trying. So we're going to put a note on that. We'll see if the radar frame updates here. Look at the hook. Anytime you see a hook like this, guys, it's a good indication of strong rotation. Yes. So our team, if we feel the need, if we feel like there's the potential for a storm to drop a tornado, we can issue on our platform our own tornado warning if we feel like there needs to be one. New tornado warning now. New tornado warning. That's going to include eastern portions of Sullivan County. It's going to include Cass. It's going to include Linton. I'm going to go back over here to the Evansville radar for a better zoom on this, guys. Look at the hail core, very strong rotation. So if this storm ever lifted, it didn't lift for long. This is just south of New Lebanon, likely a tornado on the ground crossing Highway 41 right now in Sullivan County. This is an extremely dangerous situation in Sullivan County right now. They don't have the confirmed tornado tag on this anymore, but this storm has a history of producing a tornado. We can take a look at the correlation coefficient and see if we can find any debris within this storm. And that'll give us an idea of if there is a tornado on the ground right now. Zooming in on this, it looks like it potentially lifted where this hook is right in here. Go back. Where this hook is in here, you see the colors are all relatively similar, which would indicate that maybe at least for a time this storm lifted. Regardless of whether there's still a tornado on the ground or not, this storm is certainly capable of producing a tornado. There's no doubt about that. It's already produced a large and dangerous tornado. And so from Sullivan to Duggar to Vicksburg to Linton, you need to be taking shelter right now. If you are in these areas, you need to be taking shelter. If you are in Terre Haute, you need to be taking shelter right now. There is a tornado warning there. Further to the south, Fairbanks, just west of Shelburne, there has been a history of rotation with this storm. There's a tornado warning, and you need to be taking shelter right now. And then the fourth area of interest right now, with a very nasty looking storm. There's probably some very large hail moving towards Quincy right now near Cataract. This storm, I'm increasingly concerned about the potential of it producing a tornado. I would be surprised with this type of a look if there's not a tornado warning on this sometime soon from the National Weather Service. There's rotation. There's a very strong hail core. And, I would imagine there's golf ball sized hail just to the north of Cataract. And then your rotation is near Cataract and points south and east. So that is where we are at right now with all of these. We've got 4 tornado warnings here in western Indiana, Sullivan County, and then you've got this one that it goes for the next 34 minutes, which is going to be across Vigo County and north central Sullivan County. And then you've actually got 3 separate tornado warnings in Sullivan County right now, guys. You've got the initial one in western Sullivan County. You've got the one that's about to be moving eastward towards Cass, Jasonville, Linton. And then you've got in north central Sullivan County, you've got this 3rd tornado warning. So several tornado warnings, really all of Sullivan County right now in the risk area. So emergency Eric just messaged me. Eric, who is the genius, him and Luke, behind the Clarity platform in terms of making it all work and making it look amazing, just sent me a message and said, EM confirmed tornado in Sullivan. So very likely, and you can see it now here on the correlation. We'll go back to the Evansville radar because it'll be a little bit easier to see. But confirmed tornado on the ground. Yep, confirmed tornado on the ground heading towards State Road 41. Where the tornado likely is right now, for those of you in the area, it's right in here. This is where the tornado would be right now, heading towards Paxton. And then as this pushes further off to the east, we'll zoom in. So let me just do the radar here for a second. This is going to be the path. So 611 for Bear Run Coal Mine, 613 for Bucktown, 622 here for Linton. Okay. Hoosier, Indiana, 621. And you could probably extend this area a little bit further north. I wish I could make it a little bit wider. So I will expand this a tick further to the north as well. Duggar, 615, 622 for Vicksburg. This is an extremely dangerous storm, guys. If you are in the area or if you have friends and family that are in this area right now, there has been a confirmed tornado on the ground in addition to 1.75 inch diameter hail, ping pong ball or larger hail in this area. So if you are within this corridor, and I'm going to maybe change the color. Let's see if pink is a little bit easier to see for you all. If you are in this pink shaded area, you are in line for a storm that has been producing a large and dangerous tornado over the past couple of hours. Outside of that, guys, here are the tornado warned areas: Terre Haute, Prairie Creek, and then down towards Fairbanks. We need to keep an eye to see if these storms can produce additional tornadic activity. Let's take a look at our velocity and we can see if these are still producing rotation. Definitely a little bit of rotation here on the storm near Terre Haute. So would be keeping an eye on this here. Not as much rotation right here right now. So that's a good sign. Still under the tornado warning, still need to be taking this seriously if you are in the red boxes. But at this time, some good radar trends at least. We'll take anything that we can get here. This is, again, you never want to see tornadoes. It's never good. And this is an area, unfortunately, Sullivan especially, that has just been hit multiple times over the past couple of years. And so certainly thoughts and prayers with them, and we'll be keeping a very close eye on that storm. All right. So we do have town names on the map here, guys. I can see if I can make them a little bit bigger. I also wanted this zoom so we could see the roads. But let me see if I can get a bigger city name on here for you all. Let's see here. Let's see what this one does. All right. So this one doesn't have the roads on it. Maybe you all can tell me, because I want to make sure that what you all are seeing is valuable. So do you like the one with the smaller cities and the roads, or do you like the one with the bigger city names? You can tell me. I can switch back and forth. All right. So keeping an eye on this storm here near Cloverdale. There's Bloomington, by the way, down south. You can see most of these storms right now west of Bloomington. But we're keeping an eye on this storm near Cloverdale. Go back to how it was. All right, guys. We'll see what other people think. But anyway, guys, so real quick, you can see this storm here just to the south of Cloverdale near Quincy, working towards Alaska and imminence, large hail and potential rotation on that storm. A lot of folks like the bigger city. Let's see if I can get one with both. How about that? Let's see if I can get one that has bigger cities and also has, not that one, that was the one we were on. This may be the best of both worlds. You can see the roads and the cities here. All right, guys. Everybody's got a different opinion. Regardless, I'm going to get back into analyzing. We can tinker around when we have a moment to breathe on the city names. I think I may go back, guys. I know you all like the bigger city names, but I really like to be able to see the roads. Let me see if perhaps the satellite zoom. I want to make sure that I can get those road names for you all so you can have a frame of reference. Let's see here. Maybe let's stick with this one because you can see both the roads and the cities. So anyway, guys, moving along here, back to the forecast. Our most dangerous storm right now is here in southern and south central portions of Sullivan County. You can see the big hook right here. There has been a confirmed tornado on the ground, guys, with this. You also have some very large hail that's likely moving through Sullivan right now. And so if you're in Paxton, Jericho, Gamble, Duggar, Ellis, the rotation with this storm is moving right in your direction. An extremely dangerous situation. Linton, especially the north side of Linton, with a tornado that has been confirmed on the ground. We also have a confirmed, I should say not confirmed, but 2 tornado warnings further to the north. You can see this one has just been trimmed down, but we do still have the tornado warning near Terre Haute, from Southwood to Youngstown to Pimento. Tornado warning right now. New severe thunderstorm warning further to the north, guys. You can see 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts associated with this line of storms moving through. And if you recall, if you were with us when we first hopped on, this was something that we talked about, that north of I-70, it would be more difficult to get tornadoes. It'd be a little bit more difficult to get tornadoes. I still think there's an isolated risk north of the I-70 corridor, but I do think that your bigger risk will be wind and hail. And so Lebanon, Zionsville, Noblesville, Carmel, I think that you are certainly at play for strong to severe storms. I think your tornado threat is much more isolated. You're probably not going to get 4 or 5 tornado warnings like we have south of I-70 right now. So your highest tornado risk right now south of this pink line, with these storms that are pushing further off to the east. All right. By the way, guys, this is also, I talked about this earlier, more development out here in east central portions of Illinois. And so we do have additional activity that we're going to need to monitor on the heels of this. And you know, we could still see some additional development. We'll need to watch areas like Bedford, like Bloomington. And this storm, guys, for Bloomington, by the way, look at how west to east it started to move. And so this storm, as it pushes to the east, we'll need to watch for Bloomington. Here's kind of the timing on that. So Linton, 619, Worthington, 638, Ellettsville, 713, Bloomington, Indiana, 719. And so for Monroe County, eventually, this is the storm that we're really going to need to watch. I'm certainly concerned with the look of it. It has had a long history of producing a tornado already. It's been over an hour at this point. And I would be concerned that it can hold strength as it works towards Bloomington. So, in about an hour, Bloomington, Ellettsville, Clear Creek, you're going to be in the bullseye of this storm. Before then, we're looking at areas like Linton, Switz City, Dixon, Tulip, Worthington, Hoosier, Ellis. These are going to be the areas in here where we need to watch for the potential tornado to move. So, this is your big storm right now, the one that has had a history of producing a tornado. And this is the track of it that we would be expecting here over the next hour to an hour and a half. So, screenshot this and start preparing now if you are in this pink shaded area in the path of the storm. Further off to the east, and again, unfortunately, some of these storms are right between the radar domes, so it makes it very, very messy looking on the radar. This tornado warning in Terre Haute right now expires in 23 minutes. From what I was looking at, and maybe our team, it does look like they've got a couple of alerts out ahead of this. So they're still seeing some rotation on this. To me, it's starting to weaken a little bit, but I will say you can still see some rotation in here with this storm. And so continuing to kind of keep an eye on this storm as it pushes further to the east. Would not be shocked to see the tornado warnings extended towards, let's say, Brazil and points to the west. So kind of watching this area in here for the potential for an extension of the tornado warning east of Terre Haute. Terre Haute, you're still in the tornado warning. You need to continue to be taking shelter. All right. Taking a look around, guys, just monitoring comments and messages from our team to make sure that we're not missing anything. I'm going to go back over and time out this storm. You can see rotation on this storm weakening a little bit, but producing large hail, up to an inch diameter hail. It's moving to the north and to the east at about 35 miles an hour. This storm moving in this direction here. Mooresville 630, downtown Indy 630 or 658, 655 for Southport, 655 for Greenwood. And so here's the track of this storm as it moves across the area. Right now, there is a little rotation on this storm that we need to be keeping an eye on. New tornado warning just to the east of Terre Haute. This is just the one that we were talking about. So Brazil to Riley to Center Point, we now have a new tornado warning that has been issued here. We'll zoom right in so you all can see all of the cities. And along the highway here, guys, right along the interstate, along I-70 is where the storm is going to be moving. And so this goes for the next 35 minutes. If you are in this area, guys, you need to be taking shelter. Terre Haute, Sealyville, along the I-70 corridor, out towards Brazil, Indiana, Grange Corner, Prairie City, all of these areas now under a tornado warning out through the next 35 minutes. So through 6:45 Eastern time, we've got a tornado warning in effect for those areas. Shelbyville, you still have a long while to go before that storm gets to you. If this storm were to persist, and it's possible, this would be the track of it, and that would be the timing. Now, I'm suspect that after we get past Columbus, especially, that it's going to be able to sustain its strength. But based off the current timing of about 35 miles an hour, this is the time frame that we're going to be monitoring. So Bloomington 720, again in just over an hour. Nashville 748. Columbus would be closer to about 8:15 as this activity moves through. So if you're in the pink shaded area, this is a long look. Storm can weaken, it can fluctuate a little bit through this time, but this would be the general path of it as it pushes to the east. And again, this is the storm that has had a history of a confirmed tornado on the ground. New severe thunderstorm warning you can see flashing there just to the north and to the west near Clay City for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So, guys, this is the best in terms of timing right now that we're going to have with this storm. For more specific details, again, in the top left there, you can scan the QR code or go to claritywx.com/sign up. Our team's sending out more specific nowcasts throughout the evening hours today for more details for you. Definitely would encourage that. They're also sending out alerts out ahead of the actual National Weather Service alerts. Jake has absolutely been on it. He's been about 10 to 15 minutes, if not longer, ahead of when the tornado warnings have actually been issued. And so really, really great job by him to be ahead of these warnings to give people more of a lead time on the Clarity platform. I don't understand how storms have a history. Well, it just means that they produce something. It's in the history. It's in the past. It had a history of producing a tornado. All right, guys. So again, track on this storm here through Monroe County, through Brown County, and eventually into Bartholomew County later this evening. Taking a look further to the north, we'll look at these storms and put some timing on that. These storms are working to the east at about 35 miles an hour. And we'll put some timing on that. So 35 miles an hour, we're working in this direction here. We're looking at Gosport at about 712, Paragon at 722, Martinsville at 734, Adams at 742. The pink, guys, that's just showing you the track of the storm. The track of the storm, and specifically of these storms that are tornado warned, severe thunderstorm warned, the ones that are capable of producing tornadoes are the ones that I'm tracking right now. If I'm not talking about your specific area, I'm bouncing around to all of the areas that are under a risk. So if I'm not talking about Muncie, I'm not talking about Kokomo, Cincinnati, Louisville right now, it's just because you're not in the immediate impact zones right now. So in terms of this cell that is tornado warned out in western Indiana, again, Gosport 712, Martinsville 735, Adams 742. Hope, could you maybe send a message to Ryan? We can help you out and show you how to find those things on the Clarity platform. Happy to help. Taking a look at this cell further to the north near Terre Haute. Again, Terre Haute, you are still under a tornado warning, so you need to still be taking shelter. If we're taking a look at the timing of this as it pushes to the north and to the east, Cloverdale 659, Monrovia 728, Mooresville 739. And Mooresville, that's your second storm. Okay, so we're likely going to have multiple rounds of storms here. For this storm, capable of producing an inch hail, and again, we're keeping an eye on the rotation signature here. It's close. This is close to producing enough rotation to drop a tornado. So I want to keep a very close eye on this. But this storm heading towards Mooresville, Monrovia in the short term, and if we time this out, moving at about 35 miles an hour, Mooresville, this first storm is going to be hitting you in about 20 minutes, 6:35 for this storm. Shelbyville right now, I don't have anything specific targeting you at the moment. New tornado warning right now to include Worthington and Bloomington, or excuse me, Bloomfield, not Bloomington. We're not there yet. Bloomfield, Indiana. That also includes Freedom, Indiana. So, tornado warning. This is the storm that has been producing a tornado. It's near Linton right now. It will continue to push further off to the east. We can see the rotation here continuing near Duggar and near Linton. This is pushing towards Worthington and towards Freedom over the next 30 minutes. We put a timer on that earlier. I will put another timer on that. Again, guys, focusing in on the most dangerous storms right now. I want to make sure that people are safe that are watching. If I'm not talking about your specific area, it just means that you're not under the gun right now. We will, of course, talk about you as it gets a little bit closer. And I'll also take a step back here in a moment once we get through all of these and give you kind of a broader picture. So timing on this and timing out the rotation specifically. Worthington 639, Newark 654, Hendricksville 704, Bloomington, Indiana 720. This storm right now, you're not under the tornado warning for Bloomington right now, but on its current track, it would hit Bloomington at about 720, and that's specifically for the rotation. We can get rain and storms, guys, out ahead of the rotation and probably large hail. So just something to keep in mind there. Princess Lakes announced our tornado sirens are not working. Download Clarity. I'm completely serious. ClarityWX.com/sign up. Get the tornado warnings. You'll 100% know whether you're in the tornado warning, you're not in the tornado warning as we go throughout this evening. Nobody should be caught off guard with this. And by the way, the tornado sirens are not meant to be heard indoors. And so if you're indoors and you're taking shelter, you might not hear them anyway. Got to have a way to get these alerts for your specific location. I don't want anybody to be caught off guard or confused tonight. So again, this is the track of the storm that has had a history of producing a tornado. Worthington 639, Newark 654. We've got Bloomington in about an hour at 720 as things stand right now. Further off to the north, we do still have a couple of additional tornado warnings. You need to be taking shelter right now if you were in Brazil, if you're in Staunton, if you're in Center Point, Riley, Sealyville. Need to be in a tornado, or you're in a tornado warning. You need to be taking shelter right now, given that. Further off to the east, let's take a look at the wide zoom. You can see all of the different cities, all of the different towns in here, guys. Yep, Clarity Home will send out tornado alerts. It's not just the business package. Everybody gets the tornado alerts, any kind of life-saving alerts on the Clarity platform. So taking a look here, guys, in terms of the Indy metro area, this is the storm to watch right now. This is not a tornado warned storm, though it does have some rotation on it. So if we time out this storm, this is the leading edge of the heavy rain and large hail and inch-plus diameter hail associated with this storm. Here's kind of the timing of it. Mooresville, 630. You're looking at West Newton in southwestern Marion County at about 640. Southport, you're looking at 653. For Beech Grove, you're looking at 659. And so this is the timing of this severe thunderstorm right now, capable of producing large hail, damaging wind gusts, and we'll need to keep an eye to see if it can produce any rotation for a tornado. Right now, I would say that's getting messier. It's not your comma-shaped hook type of a storm anymore, but we'll keep an eye on it. Regardless, a strong to severe thunderstorm that will be approaching the Indy metro area here over the next 30 to 50 minutes. Taking a look further east, I know we had some people ask about Greenfield earlier. This storm would be working towards you by about 7:25. So again, this is the timing in this pink area for the south side of Marion County, far northern portions of Johnson County in the next 30 to 50 minutes. This storm will miss Franklin, it'll miss Trafalgar, it'll miss Edinburgh, Morgantown. It's going to your north, but you're not out of the woods yet. Additional development will certainly be possible here as we go over the next hour or two, especially. So zooming out, guys, let's take a zoomed out look at this. I want to step back for a second. We've talked about all of the ongoing tornadoes and the severe thunderstorms. So I want to take a step back and I want to look at the big picture right now. Your biggest tornado threat over the next couple of hours, in my opinion, is going to come in this area in here. This is going to be the area to monitor, and probably especially this cell on the southern half of this. Okay. Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus. This has been the storm that has been producing the confirmed tornado. Can we get some additional tornado warnings through here? I certainly think that's possible. North of this, I really think your biggest threat going to be strong storms. I'm not going to rule out an isolated tornado if we can get anything popping up kind of out ahead of this main cluster. But I think your bigger threat north of the I-70 corridor in general, guys, is going to be wind and hail. An isolated tornado can't be ruled out, but wind and hail going to be the primary risk as this activity moves east here over the next couple of hours. Again, your tornado risk, and guys, this has just been the hot spot over the past couple of years. It's been Sullivan, it's been Bloomington, it's been Brown County, it's been Johnson County. Those are the areas over the next couple of hours that are going to need to be monitoring this. Again, if you're in the southern half of Johnson County, I don't have anything specifically right now in the next hour heading in your direction. Northern parts of Johnson County are definitely going to get clipped by this storm, but you're not out of the woods. These storms are still moving east, and we still have additional development further out to the west. You can see we've got more tornado warnings out here. And so this, even for Sullivan and Terre Haute, you're not completely out of the woods yet. Vincennes, you're not out of the woods yet. You need to be keeping an eye on things, even if you're not currently experiencing storms in your specific area. Tornado watch just extended north to include Indy. So this tornado watch has been extended north to include Indy. I mentioned the isolated tornado risk, so I don't think that's a bad call. I do still think your highest risk are south of I-70, but they have extended the tornado watch a little bit further to the north because of the isolated threat. I think that the risk here is any of these rogue storms out ahead of this main cluster, you can't rule out that they might spin. It's probably not going to be as big or as widespread or as consistent of a risk as further south, but you can't rule out an isolated tornado even north of I-70. More widespread risk will be a little bit further to the south, though, and you can see that with just where the corridor of the tornado warnings are setting up, right through here. This is going to be the area, and as it moves further to the east. North of Mooresville, guys, I think that you're in risk for an isolated tornado. This storm specifically that's moving in right now is going to be more of a large hail risk, along with gusty winds, heavy rain, and of course, lightning. All right, guys. All right, just checking around here, taking a look to see if we've got any new reports. Looks like our team is working on a new nowcast timing for the tornado warning storm here, which again continues to be the strongest storm. I'm seeing on radar here, you see this little spike on the reflectivity? This is indicating very large hail within this storm. Anytime you see this little spike kind of out of the storm, it's indicating that the radar is picking up on very, very large hail. I wouldn't be shocked if it's more than ping pong ball sized hail, but regardless, very large hail in this system or in this storm. If we take a look at the latest timing, still getting this moving at about 35 miles an hour or so, guys. And so we'll time out the rotation track for you all. Moving right towards Bloomington, 718 Bloomington. I would go ahead if you were in Bloomington, if you're at the university, you need to be making a plan to get into a safe spot. You've got less than an hour at this point before this storm that has had a history of producing tornadoes before it reaches you. Bloomington, Ellettsville, Clear Creek, western portions of Monroe County, you're not under the tornado warning yet, but you are going to be. I feel confident in saying that. And so if you've got friends, family, siblings, you name it, that that are in Bloomington, a lot of people there, we've got a lot of followers there, tag them, let them know, hey, a supercell is heading in your direction. In less than an hour, it could produce a tornado. And again, just trying to get out ahead of this from a lead time perspective. 7:18, 7:15, there's the risk here for Bloomington to see this tornado warned storm. Spencer, somebody reported Spencer under the tornado warning now. I would imagine, yes, it should be extending. If it did, we should be seeing that pop up now. You can see right now, Freedom, Worthington, you're under the tornado warning. In terms of if there's a tornado on the ground right now, that's a good point, Phil. Spike can also happen with debris from a tornado. So let's look at that. That's a fantastic point. We can look at the correlation coefficient. Whew. It's not what you want to see here, guys. This would certainly indicate some debris within this cell. Likely a tornado on the ground. So likely a tornado on the ground. And again, this is an extremely dangerous situation. If you are in Worthington, Dixon, Calvertville, Tulip, Newark, along this path, an extremely dangerous situation. There's likely a tornado on the ground. There has been at times throughout the duration of this a confirmed tornado, and at times a large tornado on the ground. I'm extremely concerned about this storm as it pushes further to the east. Guys, do we have any, for those of you here in the office, do we have any reports of a tornado still on the ground? Near Worthington, just west of Worthington, east of Linton. The correlation coefficient to me would either indicate just extremely large hail being tossed around in here or a tornado still on the ground. So looking to see if we've got any confirmation in terms of this here. Guys, Trafalgar, Martinsville, you're not in the path right now in the next 60 minutes or so. We've got a storm moving north. You can see that here, but right now you're not in the path. Jimmy says he's seen reports on X. So guys, again, really focusing in on this one because it's just it's the most impressive looking one. It's the one I'm most concerned about. It's also moving again towards Monroe County. So Hope says no specific reports right now. Taking a look here, we also have this tornado warning still ongoing in Brazil. That'll expire in 15 minutes. If we take a look at our velocity and see if there is any signature here, not seeing much rotation on this anymore. So that's a good sign. That one may not be extended further to the east towards Greencastle and Cloverdale. Strong storm regardless. You can see large hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Taking a look here further to the east, keeping an eye on this storm. There is this little hook, so we need to continue to watch here. This is north of Martinsville. It's going to miss north of Martinsville, heading towards Brooklyn, but there is a little bit of rotation here. Your biggest risk at this point is 1-inch diameter hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. If you're in the yellow polygon, means you're under the severe thunderstorm warning for the potential for large hail and gusty winds. Again, I want to keep an eye on this cell because it does have that comma shaped, and that can help lead to rotation potential. So something to keep in mind there. That's one we're keeping an eye on because that one will be pushing into the Indy metro area shortly. If we time this out, I will go back to our single radar view so we can get a little bit of a more zoomed in look for you all. Let's back this up. Timing out, and we'll do the leading edge as this moves through. Southport 7, Greenwood 7 o'clock, northwestern Johnson County, kind of between 7:50 and 7 o'clock. We've got Mooresville. It's on your doorstep basically at this point. Beech Grove 7:06. We've got New Palestine at 7:23, Warren Park at 7:13. Eventually, this would work towards Greenfield by about 7:35 for this strong to severe storm. I would not drive from Greenwood to the east of Indy right now. This storm is going to be moving in that direction right now. All right. Thank you, Marissa. Appreciate that. Yeah, guys, if you're trying to drive towards Indy right now, Greenwood to Beech Grove to Indy, the storm is heading right in your direction. You can see the arrival timing of the strongest part of the storm. So certainly a lot of lightning, large hail, damaging winds going to be a threat in here. And it is trying to rotate. So I want to keep a close eye on this storm as it pushes further off to the east, because it is trying to see some rotation in here. You can see that anytime you start getting this little hook, means that you're trying to see some rotation. It's not quite there yet. It's not quite there, but I want to keep an eye on it because it is heading towards northwestern Johnson County. So that is one that we are continuing to keep an eye on. Regardless, if you're in this region, if you're in this pink area, you're at risk for a strong storm moving through here in the next 30 minutes or so. This is the south side of the storm, so leading edge may be a little bit before this, but south side of the storm where the rotation would be. Greenwood 708, Stones Crossing 702, Bluff Creek 656 for this storm. Again, not tornado warned right now, but definitely some large hail with this. You can really see that here. The large hail indication near Bunker Hill. That's going to be pushing towards Mooresville and into southern portions of Marion County and far northwestern portions of Johnson County with that risk. All right. Backing up here, guys. Let's see here. Seymour, I would not say you're completely out of the woods. Right now, I don't have anything immediate for you. But if we look out to the west, we do see some storms trying to bubble up in southern Indiana. We see more storms here in southeastern Illinois. So I think the highest coverage at this point is going to miss you to the north, but you're not completely out of the woods. We can still see some additional development. So stay weather aware is what I would say if you're in Seymour. New severe thunderstorm warning in Cloverdale. That is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. They've not extended that tornado warning. I agree with that. The rotation on that has been weakening. Spencer, I don't think it would hurt to go ahead and take shelter. I suspect that your greatest area of rotation is going to miss you just to the south, but it's going to be a close call for Spencer. I think your bigger threat is Ellettsville to Bloomington as this pushes further to the east. And I would expect that this tornado warning is extended eastward here very shortly for Ellettsville and Bloomington. Right now, in terms of our biggest concern area, it's right in here. And that is moving right towards Worthington right now. Worthington, Calvertville, Tulip, out towards Newark. This is where the strongest rotation is at the moment, and where there could potentially be, if there isn't yet, a tornado on the ground. There could be one that drops. Again, the storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. Now, I will say, rotation not quite as strong, not quite as organized as it was. That's great news. I'd like to continue to see that trend. If we take a look at our correlation coefficient, still at the minimum, there's very large hail in here. You can still see what we call a scatter spike, which means that the radar is picking up on either debris or large hail with this storm as it hits and it reflects. It's probably a scatter spike from a hailstones, if I had to guess. I'll work to confirm whether we have any kind of official report with this. Regardless, guys, you've got a dangerous storm here in Worthington that will eventually move into western portions of Monroe County. New tornado warning. I was just about to mention this. New tornado warning, guys, and this one is gonna be close. In fact, I would not be shocked with this look here near Beech Grove if there is a tornado that has dropped down. So Beech Grove, Centerton, Brooklyn, Fields, Waverly, you need to be taking shelter right now. This will eventually work into northwestern portions of Johnson County. And so if we take a look at the storm track on this, guys getting 32, 33 miles an hour. I still have 35 here. We'll lower this slightly for you all. Get this down to 33. Not that fast. 33 miles an hour. Here's the timing. So Stones Crossing 7:01 for the rotation, Francis 7:02. Greenwood here at our office is going to be 7:07. 7:07 for Greenwood, Stones Crossing 7:01. Guys, if you have friends and family in northwestern portions of Johnson County, northeastern portions of Morgan County, you are under a tornado warning. There is strong rotation that has developed. This storm is wrapping up very quickly. The tornado warning is just south of Mooresville. So for those of you all in Morgan County, it is going to be in this red polygon. If you are not in the red polygon, you are not under the tornado warning right now. Mooresville, you are just to the north of the tornado warning. The tornado warning right now, Brooklyn, Brookmore, 5 Points, Fields, Waverly, out towards Fox Hill in northeastern portions of Morgan County. It will eventually cross over towards northwestern Johnson County. And so if we take a look here, I'm concerned about this look. This to me is wrapping up. I don't see correlation showing a debris ball yet. So I don't have any kind of confirmed reports of a tornado. That's good news at least. Regardless, this storm is capable of dropping a tornado. If you are in this area, if you're in the red polygon and out towards northern portions of Johnson County, I would expect as the storm moves east that the tornado warning is going to be extended further to the east. In fact, I think it probably just needs to go ahead and happen. It looks like our team has a custom BAM alert out for northwestern portions of Johnson County to account for this. Jake has been all over this all evening. So if you are on the Clarity platform, in fact, I will show it to you. I'm going to switch over to that real quick. I'm going to show it to you. So this dashed area, this is where he put out a tornado warning a while ago. Northwestern Johnson County, kind of along and north of Bargersville, just to the west of Greenwood along the I-69 corridor in northwestern Johnson County. We have went in and alerted Clarity users of the potential for a tornado with this cell because we're trying to give you more lead time on Clarity. And so northwestern portions of Johnson County, take shelter now. If you are in Bargersville, if you are north of Bargersville, towards Stones Crossing, towards Bluff Creek, towards Smith Valley, take shelter. Go ahead and get in your shelter spot right now. This is nothing to ignore. This is a dangerous storm, and it is capable of producing a tornado. Getting a ton of lightning reports here. Our team is probably watching it out the window as it approaches. It's going to be heading here towards the office shortly. All right. Taking a look here, guys. Wide view. You can see severe thunderstorm warnings to the west. We still have the tornado warning down here to the south towards Worthington. I would expect that to be extended towards Bloomington here shortly. There it is. So new tornado warning. This is going to include Bloomington, Clear Creek, Ellettsville. It's just south of Spencer. This is going to go out for the next 36 minutes. So that's going to go out through about 7:15. There's the tornado warning alert that we just got here. So tornado warning alert that our team just put out for Greenwood, Southport, Beech Grove. If you are in those areas, you need to take shelter. If you're getting the BAM alert, guys, if you're getting the BAM alert, number one, take shelter, take it seriously. Our team is seeing something that would indicate a potential tornado. Scan that QR code in the top right if you want to get those alerts. I'm going to continue here with you all as we go through this because we've got a dangerous situation in two highly populated areas. Number one, Bloomington. If you're in Bloomington, We've got a tornado warning in effect. This storm has had a history of producing a tornado. There's plenty of rotation on it. Western Monroe County, you need to be taking shelter. If you are in northeastern portions of Morgan County and into northwestern portions of Johnson County, you need to be taking shelter. So there's that, as we were talking about, in this dashed area where our team has put out a tornado warning to give people more lead time. Greenwood, Southport, New Whiteland, Beech Grove, you need to be taking shelter right now. I'll scroll back down to Bloomington again, guys. We can see here, tornado warning in Bloomington. This goes for the next 40 minutes or so. You need to be taking shelter if you're at the university. Thank you, Callahan. If you're at the university, you need to be taking shelter right now. Anywhere in western portions of Monroe County. I'm going to go back over to the high-res radar here so we can look in a little bit more detail at this activity. So here's a look at the cell in northeastern portions of Morgan County. We'll take a look at the velocity. We'll see if we can find any rotation. Problem here is we're getting a little bit of radar clutter. I'm going to see if we can switch over here to the short-term radar. You can see the rotation here, guys. So here's the rotation. It's right near Brooklyn. If there's some kind of a tornado risk, it's likely going to be in here. And then that would be pushing northeastward into northwestern Johnson County. So again, our team has preemptively in this area gone ahead and sent an alert to clients because this is pushing towards your area. That includes Greenwood, excuse me, I'm trying to say two cities at once. New Whiteland, Stones Crossing, and Francis. If I time this out for you all, in terms of this, that's moving at 33 miles an hour, I'm going to time out the rotation. 706 for Greenwood, 707 for Southport, just in southern portions of Marion County here, guys, just south of Beech Grove by about 710. Stones Crossing, 701. Waverly is going to be here in the next 7 to 8 minutes. And so if you're in this pink shaded area, I would take shelter. I would go ahead, take shelter, get away from windows, get into your safe spot, be prepared. I would imagine that this tornado warning by the National Weather Service is going to be extended. Our team has already sent out an alert for it. Further to the south, again, we've got a tornado warning in western portions of Monroe County. Western portions of Monroe County here, guys. Sorry, I'm just taking a look at a couple of messages. And we can also pull up single site on Clarity too. Let me pull up Clarity real quick. So new severe thunderstorm warning, guys. We've got a new severe thunderstorm warning. You can see that blinking there. That's going to be in Marion County. So new severe thunderstorm warning in Marion County, guys. I'm going to go over to Clarity as well so I can show you what you can see on the Clarity platform on our single site radar. If you're not familiar with the single site radar, you can toggle back and forth between the nationwide and the local radar. I'm surprised they've not extended this tornado warning just based off the look. I'm going to turn some of these alerts off so it's a little bit easier for you all to see. But you can see, guys, the hook with this and the rotation. So, Stephanie, if you're under a tornado warning, that is when you take shelter. Don't wait to hear the tornado. You may not hear it at all. Anyway, guys, northeastern Morgan County, guys, you can see the rotation in here. You can see it right along the I-69 corridor. That will be pushing into northwestern portions of Johnson County here very, very shortly. And so this storm is tornado warned right now in northeastern portions of Morgan County. We feel as if that warning needs to be extended into northwestern portions of Johnson County and probably eventually towards Southport and south central portions of Johnson County. Going further down to the south, here's our storm near Bloomington. We'll put this into motion here, guys. we can see a lot of lightning on this. I mean, this storm is barreling right towards Bloomington. So this storm, very dangerous, working towards Bloomington. Need to be taking shelter if you are in the Bloomington area right now. I'll turn our warnings back on for you all so you can see the tornado warning in Bloomington. This is also accompanied with an 1.5-inch diameter hail. And then we've got the severe thunderstorm warning, northern portions of Johnson County, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. The National Weather Service has not extended the tornado warning yet, but still keeping an eye on, that there. So, guys, what are we thinking in terms of this warning for northwestern Johnson County? It looks to me like it's starting to wrap up a little bit, like it's kind of cutting itself off. Looks like that's what John just said too. So, challenging setup here, but if you're in northwestern portions of Johnson County, I would still go ahead and take shelter. Certainly in northeastern portions of Morgan County, you need to be taking shelter. You can still see the rotation. You can still see the hook in here, guys. And, I think that this is probably, at the very least, I think far northwestern Johnson County, west of Greenwood, I would go ahead and take shelter. It does look like it's weakening some. So I'm going to go back over to show you all the velocity here real quick. So looking at the velocity imagery, so here's your tornado warning. You can see mostly reds here. There's a little green, this moving towards the radar, this moving away from the radar, but that's not really your typical, tornado rotation. What you really want to be seeing here are strong greens, bright greens and bright reds right next to each other in here. Not a strong rotation signal right now. So that's a good sign. Tornado sirens in Mooresville, the tornado warning is to your south. You are not in the tornado warning right now if you are in Mooresville. However, you are in the tornado warning if you are in Bloomington. And if we take a look at our velocity here, we can look at the rotation. You can see more differences in the colors right in here. Towards the radar, away from the radar. You've got the rotation right in here just to the west of Hendricksville. You also have some very large hail. Right now, I don't have a confirmed tornado on the ground with this storm, but it's capable of producing a tornado. And so anywhere in this red area, you need to be taking shelter. You need to be taking shelter in Ellettsville. You need to be taking shelter in Bloomington. This storm has the history and is capable of producing a tornado as it moves towards your area. Right now, your best rotation is right through this region, and that would put it right into downtown Bloomington and probably just south of Bloomington towards Lake Monroe or just to the north of Lake Monroe as we go over the next 20 or 30 minutes. Timing on that still looks to be right around 7:20 in terms of the rotation itself. You will likely have some large hail out ahead of the rotation. Further to the north, taking a look here, again, the rotation signature, very messy. It's a messy rotation signature at this point, kind of near 5 points, just to the northwest of Waverly. Regardless, on the northern side, in southern portions of Marion County, a very strong storm. 1-inch hail. I'd be curious if anyone in northwestern Johnson County experiencing hail, along with the potential for damaging winds. So still keeping an eye on this. There's a strong inflow right in here, which means we're still getting warm air. There's still the potential to wrap this up and produce some rotation. The storm's just not quite doing it yet. So keeping a very close eye on this. If we put timing on the rotation part of this storm, here is where it's going to be. That would be 7:07 for downtown Greenwood, 7:09 for Southport, 7 o'clock for Smith Valley Road, 7:02 for Francis. So that would be the rotation area. Now, in terms of your strong storm and your hail, that's going to still be further to the north. So if we take a look, here's your timing for hail, large hail potential, damaging wind gusts, Southport 6:58, Beech Grove 7:05, Wilmot 7:17, New Palestine 7:22, just to the west of Greenfield by about 7:35 for this strong to severe storm. Yeah, Franklin, you're going to miss this storm. This storm is going to go to the north of Franklin. Yeah, Michael made a good point in our text here. We're starting to see these storms outrun some of the best dynamics. And so I suspect what's going to happen here as we work further to the north with this activity, look how messy it is in here. As these storms move kind of past Indy, they're going to break up. They're going to weaken. So I think that your severe, excuse me, I think your severe weather threat at this point, your highest severe weather threat is going to be in this area and points south and west. These storms, from a tornado perspective, will still need to be monitored through Bloomington, Nashville, Columbus. I would not be shocked if here over the next hour, some of these start to weaken a little bit. So main two areas we're keeping an eye on right now. Bloomington, you're under a tornado warning right now through the next 23 minutes. And then we've got this tornado warning that should be expiring soon in northeastern Morgan County, right now beginning to weaken. And you can see there, they just canceled it. So canceled the tornado. Thank you, Krista. Canceling the tornado warning in northeastern Morgan County, northwestern portions of Johnson County right now. I would say that the rotation has weakened. We're keeping an eye on it. But right now, the rotation in that storm in northwestern Johnson County beginning to weaken. Regardless, a strong storm moving into far northwestern Johnson County and some rain on the south side of this storm in northwestern Johnson County. Biggest threat right now in terms of a tornado is Bloomington, Indiana. Bloomington, Indiana, you are under a tornado warning. Timing on this, we'll throw this out here just for the latest. 7:13, so maybe it's sped up just a little bit. In the next 20 minutes, a tornado warned storm going to be moving towards Bloomington. I don't have any confirmation right now of a tornado on the ground. Excuse me, keeping an eye on it. But this storm is capable of producing a tornado. Backing out here, we do have a tornado warning here in eastern portions of Illinois. And outside of that, the tornado activity has become a little more isolated in nature, which is good. If I'm in my car in Whiteland, where should I move my car before Bloomington storm catches up? Inside? I don't know. I don't know where you could go to move your car. I would move it out of, under a cover if you could. I suspect that this storm in Bloomington, though, is going to miss you to the south. We take a look at the track on this. This is kind of going to be the track on this storm. Edinburgh, just along and north of Columbus. 8:15 Nineveh, 8:04 Trafalgar, 8:01 Morgantown, 7:49 guys. With this cell, it is starting to weaken a little bit, which is a good sign. But, I think that any of these areas still need to be monitoring this very carefully. Sirens going off in Bloomington again. Yep, you're still under the tornado warning. Stay and shelter. Bloomington storm going to hit Trafalgar. I think it's possible. I think the rotation may miss just to your south, but the hail core at the minimum for Trafalgar will need to be watched in southern Johnson County as this pushes eastward over the next hour to hour and a half or so. David, I'm not going to stop talking about Bloomington. That is the only tornado warning right now in Indiana. That's the most dangerous storm at the moment. So Bloomington is kind of the focus area. And I want to focus east of Bloomington too, because this storm is pushing eastward. It'll eventually impact Brown County, perhaps southern Johnson County, northwestern Bartholomew County, as the storm pushes further off to the east. So, I think that in general, guys, this corridor especially needs to be monitoring very, very carefully here over the next hour or two. Storm here in Johnson County. Again, the rotation very weak. I think we're okay at this point in northwestern Johnson County from a tornado standpoint. I think that your main risk at this point would be some gusty winds, large hail, mainly more so to the north towards Southport. I'd be curious if anybody in southern Marion County seen any kind of hail in those areas. The storm is warned for hail up to a quarter size and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. That would include Southport. Right now, not seeing a tornado threat with this storm. We're keeping an eye on it, but right now the rotation, in my opinion, is not strong enough to produce a tornado. Keeping an eye on the rotation again. It's just very broad. This is not a strong rotation couplet right now. In terms of the exact track of this and where we need to be monitoring, it's this area through here, the southern side of the storm. So Greenwood's still about 707. Not seeing strong rotation. I don't think there's a tornado at the moment. Do we need to continue to monitor it? Yes, as it works through northern Johnson County, southern Marion County. But right now, I just think it's a strong storm. Let's see. All right. So taking a look here, I'm going to do a wider timing on this storm, again in Bloomington, just because it is the biggest threat. I've got a lot of people asking Morgantown, Nineveh, Trafalgar. So just timing this out one more time for you all. In terms of the rotation, the hail potential can get there a little bit faster. Nashville, 743, Nineveh, 804, Hope, 831, Edinburgh is going to be 814. Thought I just saw a new warning pop up, but I don't see it. Trafalgar would be 8 o'clock or so. Trafalgar, again, I think your bigger threat. In Morgantown, your bigger threat going to be hail on the north side. I think the rotation risk is just to your south right now. Further out to the east, Shelbyville, we'd need to be keeping an eye on the storm by about 8:40 in about an hour and a half, hour and 45 minutes. Wow. Okay. So getting more concerned here about Bloomington. So taking a look. Okay. We do have a confirmed tornado now on the ground just to the west of Bloomington, Indiana. This, you can see here, very strong rotation signal now picking back up, a strong couplet. It's what we call shear, gate-to-gate shear. We've got strong winds moving towards the radar and away from the radar. So we've got very strong rotation here right now. If you are near the Bloomington Airport, just west of the Bloomington Airport, there is a tornado on the ground that has been confirmed. Hope just sent me a message there. Exact timing on this, guys, of this confirmed tornado. Moving 33 miles an hour, Bloomington 713. There's a confirmed tornado that is on the ground. It has been confirmed moving towards Bloomington, Indiana, right through downtown. That's going to include the university and then areas just to the south on the south side of Bloomington. If we really zoom in here, you can see Indiana University, Bloomington campus, 7:16, 7:15 p.m. I can see here, I can see the campus. I know it like the back of my hand. Memorial Stadium, 7:15 p.m. Downtown Bloomington, Kirkwood, and those areas, 7:13, 7:14 p.m. And then just to the east towards Eastern Heights and along what is now Bobby Knight Memorial Way there in Bloomington, 7:25 p.m. or so further off to the east. Eventually, this storm will move towards Brown County. I'm going to look at the correlation coefficient here, guys, and see if we can find any debris signatures that's showing up with this storm. And you know, it's been messy for a while in terms of the debris signature with this storm. Looks like there might be a little bit in there, not like the clearest debris ball signal that I've ever seen, but we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. Zooming in, I'm going to turn back on the velocity, guys. If you've got friends and family in the Bloomington area, they need to be taking shelter right now. Callahan, I know you're watching. Can you be sure that Aubrey is in a safe spot there in Bloomington? Um, got friends and family in Bloomington as well. So this is a very dangerous situation. It's not very often that you get such a strong looking rotation signal to work right towards what's a relatively major city. This is working right into downtown Bloomington. It does not get any more dangerous than this, guys, in terms of Bloomington, Indiana. There is a strong rotation signal. You need to be in shelter now. And if you're east of Bloomington, this tornado warning has not been extended yet. I have no idea why this tornado warning has not been extended. I'm going to just go ahead and draw for you all. If you are in this area here, you need to go ahead and be taking shelter. Oh gosh. This is an extremely strong signal. An extremely strong tornado signal here, guys. It's honestly scary. So we've got 67 mile per hour to 60 mile per hour gate to gate shear. So that's 67. That's 135 mile per hour of shear. There's likely a large tornado on the ground. So, Hope, also, I'm sure you already have. I'm sure I don't have to ask, but can you please make sure that that is blasted out on all of our social media platforms? A large tornado probably on the ground here in Bloomington, a confirmed tornado, guys. At this point, ping pong ball sized hail. This is a particularly dangerous situation. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Bloomington, Indiana, moving right into downtown Bloomington, guys. Okay. So, extremely dangerous situation here. Downtown Bloomington, a large and extremely dangerous confirmed tornado moving right into downtown Bloomington, guys, right now. This is an extremely dangerous situation. If you are in Bloomington, if you have friends and family in Bloomington, I cannot emphasize enough that you need to be in shelter, away from windows, lower level of your house or basement. You need to be in an interior room if you don't have a basement, a closet, a bathroom, a tub under the stairs. This is extremely concerning, guys. My thoughts and my prayers are with them right now because it's honestly a scary look. So PDS tornado warning right now. That means a particularly dangerous situation for Bloomington. And guys, this rotation couplet, it is working right towards the university. So if I can play this on loop here, and you can just see the difference in the colors and this ball. There's probably a debris ball here. Right through here. There is a large and dangerous tornado on the ground right now, and it is moving right over downtown Bloomington. Guys, if you all have any pictures or anything, please send it over. Send us a message in Facebook or the team if you're listening. I'm very curious to see if there's anything on cameras in this area. So again, guys, a confirmed tornado on the ground, a particularly dangerous situation tornado. By the way, and Eric's messaging me, clarity is even faster than the radar Omega. The only reason I even have this up is just I want to show you the velocity potential in here so I can show you exactly where the rotation is. But clarity is even faster with getting these alerts out. And again, our team sending notifications directly to the Clarity platform. So Bloomington, you are right in the core of it right now. So just praying that this rotation weakens a bit as it pushes towards downtown, and it can lift a bit before the tornado works into the university area, which is obviously highly populated. So again, very dangerous situation for the Bloomington area. I will zoom right in It is right over the Monroe County Airport right now. This is where the tornado would be. So right in here is where we're watching. Your best hope, perhaps, if this is moving a little bit more right, a little bit more east, is that this would go just south of the university, but it's very close. I'm going to look at the debris ball signature as well. Let me see if I can get that on clarity. Yeah, I can. Okay, so I'm going to go over here to clarity real quick because you can actually see the debris ball just, I mean, it had to have gone over the airport. So I'm going to move over to clarity. So what you're looking at here is what we call the correlation coefficient. It's basically an indication of if the radar is seeing the same types of particles or the same type of precipitation type. It can be helpful for snow versus rain. So all of the red you're seeing, basically it's seeing rain. It's seeing all of the droplets are the same shape and size. Right here, you can see that's lowered. That's indicating a debris ball just to the north and to the east of the Bloomington airport. And so Monroe County Airport there, very likely that a tornado was on the ground. An official 70-mile-per-hour report from the Bloomington airport there with this storm. We roll ahead one. You can still see it there. You can still see it. It's maybe weakened a little bit. So hopefully this storm trying to weaken a touch. But, again, this is an extremely dangerous situation for downtown Bloomington. The tornado right now, if it's still on the ground, would be right on I-69. And so if we zoom in here, the tornado would be just east of the Monroe County Airport. It would be along 45 here and along the I-69 corridor. So right now, guys, there's the new image. Yeah. It doesn't really get any more dangerous than this. So extremely dangerous situation here for downtown Bloomington. Again, just really hoping that we can get some weakening on this as it moves right over. Our timing for the university was, I think, around 7:13. That looks to be very close. But this is, again, moving right towards Indiana University. You can see the big ball, the debris ball here on the radar, and that is moving right towards North Walnut Street right now. So again, this is right in downtown Bloomington, right in the middle of downtown Bloomington, right towards the IU campus. If you have friends and family in Bloomington, they need to be in a shelter place right now. It is probably, if it's not already, it's over them. Away from windows, it is moving right towards you, right towards 3rd Street, and eventually it's going to move right towards the stadiums, Assembly Hall and Memorial Stadium here in Bloomington. It is right where this storm is moving towards. So again, a confirmed tornado on the ground. I do see some signs that perhaps, I mean, it's still there, but maybe it's not an EF3 tornado or an EF4 tornado at this point, hopefully. I wouldn't be shocked if it was before this. Some subtle signs that maybe the rotation is starting to weaken a little bit, which is good news as it moves over downtown Bloomington and Indiana University. Taking a look at the correlation here, I mean, it still looks like there's debris. There's still debris, whether the tornado is still on the ground or not. There's no way to know at the moment until we start getting some reports in. But, certainly just continuing to be a very dangerous situation. I want to back up here real quick. Obviously, Bloomington, a highly populated area, students, staff, faculty, and of course, folks that just live there as well. And so we've covered that, but I want to make sure to cover areas further to the east, in eastern Monroe County and in western portions of Brown County, because the storm continuing to push east, a new tornado warning for this tornado that has produced, there's been a tornado on the ground, 1.5 inch diameter hail as well, ping pong ball sized hail associated with this. If we time this out for you all, moving at 33 miles an hour, this is the track of where the tornado would be right now. Nashville, downtown Nashville is going to be 7:38 p.m. Yellowwood State Forest looks like that's 7:30 p.m. Gnawbone 7:47, Clarksdale 7:50, Mount Liberty 7:49, and then eventually towards Bethany towards about 7:55. So this pink shaded area that you see here, that is where the rotation with the storm is moving next. It's moving through Bloomington right now. Next going to be moving towards Nashville in Brown County. So eastern Monroe County into Brown County, that's going to be the next spot where this tornado is going to be moving through towards. Eventually, if it can sustain its strength, we need to watch for western portions of Bartholomew County. Okay, so this storm has been the one that produced a tornado all the way back in eastern Illinois. So this storm has been producing tornadoes, at least on and off, for the better part of, I've been on here for 3 hours. It's for the better part of 3 hours, this storm has been producing tornadoes. I'm going to suspect that they've dropped and they've lifted at times, but I think that just given the fact that this storm has a long history of producing tornadoes and the fact that there is very little storm activity to the south, you're going to continue to get warm flow into the supercell. Nashville to Columbus needs to be monitoring this storm, the supercell, extremely carefully. I'm going to go back down into Bloomington again. I want to look at the velocity, still weakening a little bit. It's great news. I really, really hope that this tornado has lifted for IU, at the very least weakened substantially before it got there, because the look on the velocity and the radar right over the Bloomington, the Monroe County Airport was extremely concerning. To me, you've got a ton of debris probably flying around here in Bloomington, aloft in the storm at this point. But I think it's starting to wrap up a little bit. I think we're starting to see some signs of potentially weakening. So, I think that good signs, but still need to be taking shelter for sure. We'll see reports out of Bloomington here shortly, as this pushes further to the east. All right, guys. Hail in Unionville. I appreciate all of your all's, your comments and your reports in here. I appreciate it. I know there were a couple of comments in here about Bloomington. Bottom line, until the tornado warning is over, you need to be in shelter. That is just the bottom line for Bloomington and into Brown County. You need to be in shelter. You need to be away from windows. Don't worry about going back to your dorms. Don't worry about whatever. You need to just stay in shelter for the time being. Franklin, Indiana, right now you are kind of getting split by the strongest storms, I would say. Still need to keep an eye on this activity out to the west. We're starting to see, guys, look how messy this is becoming. And I'll actually go back over to the clarity radar for this because it's going to show it a little bit better. Look how messy that this is becoming across the area. North of I-70, I would say your tornado threat, for the most part, is ending. Maybe still need to watch this cell as it pushes towards Greenfield and Newcastle, but Carmel, Fishers, Noblesville, I really think your tornado threat is lowering at this point. This is such a messy look that I think north of Indy, northwest especially, I think it's just going to be challenging. Your better threat for some additional severe weather potential is going to be across the southern portion of the state. We are getting some new development here in southern Indiana that I want to keep an eye on as well. The environment is better in southern Indiana. So you're not completely out of the woods towards the Louisville area and even towards Vincennes and again towards Sullivan, because these cells out in eastern Illinois are gnarly. And so you dealt with one tornado warning and potentially a tornado near Sullivan. We've got two more storms heading towards Sullivan that we're going to need to monitor as these push further off to the east. Right now, in terms of Indiana, your main tornado risk is with this storm that has produced a confirmed tornado that has now moved across Bloomington. Why it says tornado on the ground still in Bloomington. I would like, can we confirm that? Can we confirm that there's still a tornado on the ground in downtown Bloomington? Would certainly like to get any potential insights. There are vehicles turned over on I-69 in Bloomington. Thank you, more. I appreciate that report. Any reports that you all have, if you're in Bloomington, don't go outside, please. Please, I beg of you, do not do that. But after the storm passes and you're out of the tornado warning, definitely any reports that you have. Of course, be sure, guys, down power lines, stay away from them. If there's damage, stay out of the way from emergency vehicles. We need to be certainly aware of that as well if there's damage. Looks like the team trying to pick out maybe a little bit of some rotation. Of course, as soon as I said, I don't see much over here. Some little notches I see that they're talking about kind of near Lebanon. Doesn't look to be super strong at this point, I would say, but something to keep in mind here. Maybe some spinners, brief spin ups that we'll need to keep an eye on. It's a low end, again, as I mentioned earlier, a low end risk at this point. All right, taking a look at this Bloomington storm, I think it's cycling a little bit. The rotation has weakened some, but my concern would be that this rotation couplet tightens again, and this tornado could pick back up in intensity as it pushes further to the east and approaches the Nashville area. South Bloomington hail has stopped, still have power. That's great news. Thank you for this live. I was leaving for work to head to Bloomington. I have family in Bloomington. Prayers everybody is safe. Yeah, we're cycling as we speak. Tornado has weakened some. Yeah, that's kind of what it looked like to me, is that maybe it was starting to weaken a little bit. Tornadoes will often, and supercells will often do this. They'll go through cycles where they will strengthen and become very strong and then weaken. They'll kind of try to reestablish themselves and re-strengthen again. Similar to like an eye wall replacement in a hurricane, where to get stronger again, you almost have to weaken a little bit first. And so that may be a little bit of what we're seeing in here, praying that that is what happened for the campus at IU, and that tornado lifted it and weakened a little bit at the very minimum before it passed over the university. Right now, your strongest rotation signature is probably just to the east of IU Bloomington campus, towards Eastern Heights, now moving towards Wooded View Hills, Belmont, and then crossing over into Brown County here very shortly. Debris in downtown Bloomington. Everyone at Bloomington Mall are in back rooms but still have power. That's great news. Moore says trees down between 2nd and 3rd Street in Bloomington on Highway 45. Stay clear of that area. So that's a report from Moore in Bloomington. Trees down between 2nd and 3rd Street on Highway 45. Stay clear of the area. John, it's starting to lift maybe slightly more northeast than it was before. We can put this into motion here. It's mostly west to east, I would say, but maybe a very slight northerly or east-northeasterly component to it. Should I be worried about Lake Monroe? We can zoom in there. You can see storm here missing just to the north of Lake Monroe. Just to the north of Lake Monroe. It looks like, so Hope is reporting, it looks like the airport weather station is down. So looks like the airport weather station is down at this point. And that's exactly where the tornado went over. So All right. What do we got here? Keeping an eye, I want to move up here to this storm in southeastern portions of Marion County. Getting rotation here confirmed. So we have another confirmed tornado in Effingham. So another confirmed tornado just south here of Effingham. That's exactly where the last one moved over. And I want to look here at this storm near southeastern Marion County. Don't see a ton of rotation on this one at the moment, but still a very strong storm right now in eastern portions of Marion County. You know, up to 3/4 of an inch size hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Something to keep in mind there in southeastern and eastern portions of Marion County. But all eyes continue to be on this storm, the supercell that is now crossing over into Brown County. It is really riding right along 45, 46 here in eastern portions of Monroe County and into western portions of Brown County. And it will eventually work towards Nashville here shortly. I will put a timer on that, guys, and there's the new tornado warning. So new tornado warning. All right, guys. So new tornado warning, guys, that has been issued. There's my test location. So if you heard that, that is the clarity sound to make sure that you wake up when there's a tornado warning. But new tornado warning, that is going to include Columbus, Edinburgh, Nineveh, Nashville, Indiana, downtown Brown County, or right in the center of Brown County. That is where we have a tornado warning in effect. I will time this out for you all here. Oops, let me go back. This storm moving at about 33 miles an hour. It's been pretty consistent as it's pushed east. This is the rotation. So I'm timing out the rotation of this. North of this area, you can have some large hail as well. Downtown Nashville, 735. Taggart, 747. Taylorsville, 805. Nortonburg, 816. Further to the east, Rugby, 828. Columbus, Indiana, 806. Oh, sorry, guys. Let me switch over there. My apologies. So here we go. So here is the rotation track for this storm as it moves through Brown County and towards Bartholomew County. So timing here, guys, Nashville, 7:35 p.m. Columbus, Indiana, 8:06. Taggart, 7:48. Taylorsville, 8:06. Clifford, 8:13. So the reason, guys, that the tornado sirens are going off, is because the tornado warning touches the far southern portion of Johnson County, guys. So I'm going to back this out. Let's make this very clear for everyone. And I'm going to go over to the Clarity platform because I don't want anybody to be confused here. Here's a look to make it very clear. The tornado warning right now is only for Nineveh and Edinburgh in Johnson County. The tornado warning does not include Bargersville. It does not include Franklin. It does not include New Whiteland. It does not include Greenwood as of right now. There is no tornado warning for Greenwood, Indiana. So all of you all hearing the sirens, they're setting off the sirens because there's a tornado warning in the far southern portion of the county. And it's going to freak everybody out, but it's not. The tornado warning is for Nineveh and Edinburgh. It is not for Franklin, Bargersville, Whiteland, Greenwood, in those areas. To avoid this confusion in the future, I would go ahead and get the Clarity app because we're only going to notify you if there is a tornado warning for your exact location. I hate it when they do this because it confuses everybody. Now, I am watching, and I want to make this note. You can see it blinking here. This is east of Johnson County, but this supercell that's working towards Greenfield has the potential to produce a tornado. And so, just to clear up any confusion, we've got two areas we're watching right now. We've got one that's going to include Nashville, Nineveh, Taylorsville, and Edinburgh. That warning goes for the next 35 minutes. That does not include Franklin, Bargersville, New Whiteland, or Greenwood in Johnson County. All of those areas in Johnson County are not under the warning. However, look at the hook starting to show up here in eastern portions of Marion County towards Greenfield. We are concerned that there's the potential that a tornado could drop here over the next 20 to 30 minutes. I'm going to switch back over and show you the velocity as well, because I just, a lot of people are confused about the sirens. Thank you for sending that in there, guys. There is not a tornado warning in Greenwood, Indiana right now. So, switch back over. We'll look at the velocities. I want to show you two areas. Number one, we're keeping an eye on this area near Sugar Creek and New Palestine for some rotation that's developing, okay? We need to keep an eye on the potential for a tornado to drop down with this towards Greenfield. The National Weather Service has not issued a tornado warning yet. We are concerned about it, so we're keeping an eye on that, okay? For those of you on the Clarity platform, you probably got an alert. Here's a look at where the tornado warning is. I'm going to circle an area. If you are, let me step this back. If you are in Johnson County and you are in this pink circle that I'm drawing, okay, you are not currently under a tornado warning. Okay, no tornado. I want to make it very clear. And I just hate that the sirens go off for this area when there's not a tornado warning, because it just confuses people. I can see why it's so confusing. And it's why we only send location-specific alerts. The areas that need to be sheltering in Johnson County right now are Nineveh to Edinburgh. I'm going to circle an area in a different color. I'm going to circle an area in yellow. This is the area in Johnson County that needs to be taking shelter. Towards the I-65 corridor in Edinburgh and Nineveh. You need to be in shelter right now. South of that, Nashville, Columbus, Clifford, into western Bartholomew County, you need to be taking shelter. If you are in western and northwestern portions of Bartholomew County, you need to be taking shelter right now. This storm has produced a tornado. I do not see a report whether it's still on the ground. It is starting to weaken some, I would say. But I do think that there's the potential here for a tornado. Oh, thank you. John is so kind to give me some water because he could probably tell that I'm starting to lose my voice. I actually have a water here, but I forget to drink it because I'm focused, right? I'm focused on trying to make sure you all are safe. So, oh, I hate to hear that. Jimmy says reports that people are trapped in their house in Bloomington. Yep, Shelby County is, that part of Shelby County is in it too. Guys, the simplest way to look at this is if you're in the red polygon, you're in the tornado warning. So in the red polygon, you're in the tornado warning. You need to take shelter right now. We are keeping an eye on this area for some rotation. We do not have a National Weather Service tornado warning at the moment. They just issued a strong storm statement, so they are watching it. But because of this rotation, we have alerted people to take shelter, okay? So zooming in here, Greenfield, Charlottesville, just north of Sugar Creek, out of an abundance of caution, because of the hook and the rotation on this cell, our team has gone in and alerted folks of the potential that this storm could produce a tornado. It's likely not yet, likely has not dropped a tornado, but the potential is there. And we want to make sure that nobody is caught off guard. There's not a touchdown in Bartholomew yet. The storm's not there. The storm right now and any kind of potential tornado is moving right through downtown Nashville. Bloomington, you are in the clear at the moment. You are in the clear. You may not be done for the day, but you are in the clear at the moment. So right now, here's your risk area for rotation and a tornado, especially moving right through downtown Nashville. That will be pushing across eastern Brown County and into western Bartholomew County here very shortly. We have the second cell that we're keeping an eye on. This could also be, guys, I don't know if you all are watching this, but this almost has the look of like a microburst kind of on the south side of this. Just the way that it's looking. It wouldn't shock me if there's some kind of downburst or microburst or something in this area. So regardless of whether it's a tornado, I think that we should probably be keeping an eye out for some very strong winds in this area, New Palestine to Fountaintown to Sugar Creek. Curious what the other guys and gals here in the office are seeing with that right now. There's a little bit of rotation there for sure, but I'm wondering if it's almost a little more downburst, microburst type of look. All right. Looking out, I do want to look for folks because we've had a couple of questions out to the west. We're not done yet. We have more storms here that are going to be pushing towards eastern portions, east central portions of Illinois and into western Indiana. That activity will eventually, once again, move towards areas like Vincennes, just to the north of Vincennes, Sullivan, Bloomfield, Jasonville in the next hour or so. So keeping an eye on these storms as they work towards Indiana, as I do think they will have the potential to be strong to severe. All right. So again, guys, the only tornado warning at the moment in Indiana. Okay, guys, zooming all the way out. The only tornado warning at the moment in Indiana is this one for Nashville, Nineveh, Edinburgh, and Columbus in this red polygon. If you are not in this polygon, okay, if you're not in this polygon right now, you're not under a tornado warning, though we are watching that one up by New Palestine. So right now, tornado warning, Brown County, northern Bartholomew County, far southeastern Johnson County, far southwestern Shelby County. You're good in Franklin right now. Yep, the storm should be staying to your south. You might get some rain, some thunder, some lightning out of it, but right now you are not in any kind of warning. Reports of power lines and fences down at the Monroe County Airport. The Bloomington weather station is down as well. I did hear back my sister who's at IU is okay. So some good news there. I think they've got a basement in their house there. So we will we'll see what other information comes out of Bloomington there. But my sister and her friends, a lot of them there live in Bloomington and downtown, and she did confirm that they are okay. So, oh, screen's frozen. Sorry, guys. Here's the zooming out here, guys. Here's the full look. So really our two strongest storms right now, Brown County, Bartholomew County, Southeast Johnson County, Southwest Shelby County, and then we have this second storm that we're keeping an eye on up here that I think is producing some kind of strong wind gusts. Could be some rotation on it that we've alerted there. It's one we're keeping an eye on, New Palestine to Greenfield. I think out of an abundance of caution, I would go ahead and take shelter. This will eventually work towards the I-70 corridor there, guys. So just something to keep in mind with that storm further to the north. And we've got more storms firing off. But, I'm focusing right now, guys, on the areas that I'm most concerned about being in a dangerous situation. And that's what the focus overall will continue to be with this. If I'm not talking about your specific area, then there's not a huge threat at the moment. All right. North Vernon, you don't have anything strong to severe at the moment for you, but you're not completely out of the woods yet. There can still be some additional development. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning, guys. You can see it blinking here on the Clarity platform. So this severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts along with 3/4 of an inch sized hail. That is going to move across Greenfield, Charlottesville, Knightstown, and eventually out towards Louisville along the I-70 corridor there in northern portions of Shelby County and further off to the east. It should stay to the north of Rushville here and just to the south of Newcastle. But a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued with this for the potential for damaging winds. Further out to the west, a lot of just very heavy rain and probably thunder and lightning on the north side, but nothing severe at the moment. Further down to the south, your main risk is going to be in the tornado warned area, which is going to be Columbus, Nineveh, Edinburgh. Out to the west of that, we have some storms, but right now they are not strong to severe. And then west of that, in the next area of focus, we're going to turn on our Evansville radar. These will be the next storms to watch. We've got severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got tornado warnings on this northern one, guys, just to the south of Effingham. By the way, that was another confirmed tornado. That's the second one today, just south of Effingham. And so that area has been rocked today, and we'll need to keep an eye on these storms as they move further to the east towards Sullivan. Moving back over here to Brown County, I'm going to zoom right in. This will be the area right now, kind of along Salt Creek Road, along Jonathan Moore Pike, right along 46 there towards Columbus is going to be where any potential tornado would drop. This is where the rotation is. It's following, guys. It's following the state road here. So if you're along the road here, if you're along the state road, eastern Brown County and into Bartholomew County, get off of the road, get into a safe place. This right now, in terms of the worst of the rotation, is heading right towards Columbus or perhaps just to the north. We'll put it into motion here. It's really following the highway here. I suspect the rotation goes just north of Columbus, but it's a very, very close call. So Columbus, you were in the bullseye here very shortly. I'll switch back over to take a look at timing. Take a look at the timing graphic. I will say that this storm is becoming less organized, which is great news. Taking a look at the timing graphic here, we've got Columbus at 8:01. We've got Petersville at 8:11. Nortonburg at 8:12. Guys, I'm going to be completely honest too about this tornado warning in southern Johnson County. It's too far north, in my opinion. I really think that the northern portion of this here is just heavy rain, hail, lightning, and wind. So southern Johnson County, northeast Brown County, northwestern Bartholomew County, I really suspect that this is more of a hail and a wind deal compared to a tornado deal. In my opinion, the tornado risk would be more so in this area. Okay. This is where the rotation is heading, especially just to the north of downtown Columbus. If anyone is spamming Hope and you see them, please feel free to block them. We're trying to give life-saving, dangerous information here. Life-saving information from dangerous weather. All right. Yep, correct. Thank you. So right now, guys, my biggest concern in terms of a tornado risk and rotation is in this area that I've circled in pink. It's my biggest concern right now. I really think if you're north of that, it's more of a heavy rain and wind. And then outside of that, we'll zoom out. You've got the severe thunderstorm warning here. And that's going to go out for the next 35 minutes or so, out through about 8:15. And that's going to be in southern Hancock County, northeastern Shelby County, northern Rush County, southwestern Henry County. And that, again, is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the potential for some large hail. Outside of that, I want to quickly look at these cells to the west as they approach Sullivan, because Sullivan, you're in the risk area once again. So this cell moving at 35 miles an hour. We're going to time this out for you all. So for Sullivan, guys, this next supercell would be 9:16. 9:15 p.m. for Sullivan, crossing the Indiana border right around 9 o'clock. If this cell can hold together, would be our next risk time frame. Okay. So this is the track of the storm right now in Illinois that has produced and has been confirmed to produce a tornado. You can see the little tornado icon there with this, which means that there has been a tornado with this storm. This is the timing on it. Sullivan, 9:15, Worthington, 10 o'clock. I do expect the further into the evening that we go, the more that these will have the tendency to weaken some. I suspect that as we get further away from that daytime heating, there's going to be the potential that some of these cells can start to weaken and at the very least become more elevated, so more of a large hail damaging wind type of a threat rather than a tornado threat. But Sullivan, I think you're still in that risk area. In terms of Columbus, I'm going to move back over there. I know a lot of folks in there. Just wanted to mention that for Sullivan, Indiana. I wanted to make sure that they were aware of the timing on that. For Columbus, I want to look at the velocity. We're going to look at a couple of different things and see if we can really pick out where this rotation is going to be. Yes, Columbus needs to take cover right away. If you're in this red polygon, you need to be taking cover for sure. What appears to be debris from somebody's house fallen on campus after a tornado hit Bloomington. Says none of the immediate nearby buildings have any damage, which is good. So praying that was able to skip over the university there. Obviously, we don't want anybody to get hit with a tornado, but just from a population standpoint and all the kids in dorms and houses, that would have been a really, really bad scenario. So for Columbus here, we've got weak rotation, I would say, at this point. I'm encouraged by the rotation signals. I think that this storm is continuing to weaken. We still need to watch it. I still think it has the capability of producing a tornado, but it's not as strong as it once was. Timing on this, continuing to eye this for downtown Columbus at about 8:02. So 18 minutes before this gets to downtown Columbus. Regardless, you need to be taking shelter. If you're in Columbus, you're in Bartholomew County especially, you need to be taking shelter right now if you have not already. A bathroom, lower level of your house, under the stairs, in an interior closet, away from windows. You want to be in a spot in your house that is not connected to an exterior wall, if you will. Good. I'm getting a lot of reports in here that IU, in terms of campus, seems to hopefully have avoided most of the damage, which is good. All right. Looking back to the north, strong storm still here moving across. Hi. Oh, thank you. John's bringing me cough drops now. After talking nonstop for 3.5 hours, you do tend to start to lose your voice a little bit. So I appreciate John for taking care of me. It's a team effort here. We've got 6 or 7 meteorologists, I think, right now, between online and in person, if not more. I don't know. I lose count. We've got a ton of meteorologists that are working right now, making sure everybody's safe. In terms of Greenfield, Morristown, Knightstown, severe thunderstorm warning capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. We'll put a timer on this so we can see here when this is going to arrive across the area. Knightstown, 8:03. Mays is going to be 8:11. Louisville, 8:19. As this pushes further off to the east, this is north and east of Shelbyville, Shelby County at this point. I think for Shelbyville, Shelby County, it's the northern edge of this supercell and this tornado warn storm that we're going to need to be to be monitoring as it pushes further off to the east. All right. Brown County flooding started. Flooding in Brown County. Thank you for the report there. Rotation at this point is in western Bartholomew County, so any kind of tornado threat likely exiting Brown County at this point and pushing into western portions of Bartholomew County. Greenwood is okay at the moment. Your main tornado risk at this point is in northern and western portions of Bartholomew County. Hope sending me some messages here just of reports that I can relay. Again, timing of rotation. 8:02 for Columbus, 8:12 for Petersville, Forest Hill 8:32. Eventually, we'll need to keep an eye on this storm. I'll take it out a little bit further, and we'll go just to the single view here. Eventually, we will need to watch this storm towards Greensburg. So Greensburg is going to be closer to about 8:46. This is your highest risk area right now in terms of a tornado. Again, guys, yes, this is in real time. Again, guys, if I'm not talking about your specific location, there's not an immediate concern about a tornado threat or a severe thunderstorm. If one pops up, we will move to that and we will talk about your area. But I'm not going to be able to touch on every single location right now when there's a storm that has been producing a tornado. I've got to focus on that to make sure that people are safe. I can tell you that right now, the biggest threat is central and northern Bartholomew County. If you're in central and northern Bartholomew County, that is where the tornado risk is right now. East of that is where this supercell can then move afterwards. But it is starting to weaken. I would not be shocked if as it works towards Greensburg, if it starts to weaken, starts to fizzle out a little bit, which would be best case scenario. The tornado warning in southern Johnson County, Nineveh, Edinburgh needs to be expired. I don't see any kind of a risk there in southern portions of Johnson County. Thank you, Kara, for the support. We are trying to keep everybody safe. Trying to keep everyone safe. And I appreciate all of you all for commenting, the kind words, supporting us. And it's always so important to hop on here and make sure people are safe in these types of scenarios. So I really, really appreciate it. And we'll keep going. We'll see how long we can do it. We can see if we can set the record today. I don't have Michael with me. Last time, I think Michael and I, last year, the year before, Michael and I think set the record at 6 hours. I think we live streamed for 6 hours last year. Last year was busy. We were live streaming a lot last year. It was a busy severe weather season. I think that it can be busy this year too. I'm going to talk about it with our webinar next week, but our webinar has an active severe weather outlook for March, especially. This is part of that. It's just happening even faster. So, this is probably a preview of what March can be like at times, in my opinion. Maybe the back half of March it quiets down a little bit. It gets cold again. It seems like we always get cold as we work towards March Madness time. Big zoom here, guys. Pink areas where we need to watch for the rotation risk in the short term from Columbus to Greensburg. Right now, the tornado warning is across northwestern Bartholomew County. And then your secondary area, and we'll look to see if there's any kind of rotation here. Just looks like very gusty winds to me right now. But secondary area, east of Greenfield, towards Knightstown, and eventually towards Louisville. That's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Thank you, Shauna. I appreciate that. Yeah, be sure to like, share. Appreciate the support. Tag a friend. Comment on the YouTube page. If you love it, we'll keep doing it. And if you're in other areas, if you're outside of the Ohio Valley, the risk right now is the Ohio Valley. But if you're outside the Ohio Valley and you love it and you can follow us, then we can do more of these outside of the area as well. And we'll try to do that anyway. I know more and more people from across the country are following us on the Clarity platform. We talk about the entire country. We were talking to some folks in Maine this morning. We talked to folks in Florida, in Texas, in Iowa, and Nebraska, and the Dakotas. And so we are all over the place. But the tornado threat is where we're based out of today. So that is the main focus with this. Zooming back in here to Columbus, I'm a little concerned starting to see maybe a little bit of rotation try to redevelop here right over downtown Columbus. So still need to be sheltering if you are in downtown Columbus, especially south of Taylorsville towards the Columbus airport, towards downtown Columbus. You need to be taking shelter right now. The rotation is heading towards your area. Zooming back out, severe thunderstorm warning across Charlottesville, Knightstown, Louisville for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And then further out to the west, we do have tornado warnings in east and southeastern portions of Illinois. These will need to be monitored as they push to the east towards Sullivan County over the next hour and a half or so. Right now, we've got a radar-indicated tornadoes across Newton, Wheeler, Rose Hill, Hunt City, and the potential for very large hail. Yeah, the velocity, I will agree, Josh. The velocity is impressive here. I suspect that there's some very strong winds. 60 plus miles per hour with this type of a look, I would imagine, with this storm in that region where the severe thunderstorm warning is. All right. Right now, we have not seen. I'm just looking around, seeing if there's anything in Kentucky, seeing if there's anything in Southeast Indiana. We'll look at the Cincinnati radar here. You can see these storms right now are trying to get going, but they're relatively weak at the moment. For areas further south, I would say if you are in this area at this point, your risk is decreasing. I see more activity popping up here, but it looks to be just to your north. So southern Indiana, along the Ohio River, you may be spared with this. We'll keep an eye on it, but I like the trends. Further to the north, this storm, again, over Columbus, we've got rotation right now in downtown Columbus. That would be where the risk would be if there's any kind of tornado still ongoing. I do not see a risk in Edinburgh. I think the tornado warning needs to be expired if you were in Nineveh and Edinburgh. It really didn't need to be that far north. Can there be some hail? Yes. Can there be some lightning, some heavy rain? Yes. But in terms of the tornado threat, it is south of Johnson County. So I'm not concerned about Edinburgh, and I'm not concerned about Nineveh right now. Yep. Edinburgh Police Chief Little, FYI, hail in Edinburgh and heavy rain. Correct. Yep. I would expect that any kind of tornado risk is going to be between the pink lines in Bartholomew County, Columbus, Hope, Hartsville, and then we'll keep an eye on this as it works further east. But the rotation continues to get weaker and weaker. Still some broad rotation, so I wouldn't be shocked if they continued the tornado warning further to the east of Columbus. But the rotation at the very least has been weakening, which is some good news. Still stay in shelter. There's still the potential a tornado could drop, but I like the trends right now with this. All right. Timing this out. There it is. Okay, so new tornado warning. We have a new tornado warning, which is going to include Hope, Hartsville, Milford, Adams, and just west of Greensburg. Just west of Greensburg. And by the way, again, guys, our team had that out before the National Weather Service did. So I'm not trying to be rude to the National Weather Service, but we're trying to give more people more time to prepare. So I'm not sure why the sirens are going off in Greenfield. There's no tornado warning near you. You can see that here. There's no tornado warning near Greenfield. Sirens shouldn't be going off. Let's time this out for you all. Rotation right now is in downtown Columbus. This storm moving at about 35 miles an hour. Greensburg, 845 is going to be the timing of the storm for you. Hope is going to be 817. Hartsville, 822. Milford, 833. Again, it's in Columbus right now. Brown County, you do have another strong storm kind of tailing this that I want to keep an eye on, but right now you are clear of the rotation from the storm that moved through. Yeah, the sirens should still be going off in Columbus. You're still under the tornado warning. Here's the track on this. Hope 818, Hartsville 823, Milford 834. If there is a tornado with this right now, it would be right into downtown Columbus. I've not seen any reports at the moment, but the rotation is right through downtown Columbus right now, right in here. That would then take it directly towards Petersville, New Bern, and Hartsville. Okay. North of that, for the Columbus airport, north of that, you've got large hail, very heavy rain, and probably some very strong wind gusts as well with that moving through. We're seeing some heavy rain here in Johnson County. I can hear it on the roof, but this storm not severe right now. Heavy rain, some lightning, but this storm moving across Morgan County and into Johnson County is not severe at the moment. All right. Your other tornado warning is out here in eastern Illinois near Newton. And then our main concern area at the moment, Columbus and points off to the east. Yeah, Wonderground is saying Johnson County is under tornado warning because it's part of the county. Southeastern Johnson County is still under a tornado warning. They don't need to be under a tornado warning. The risk has passed. But if your app is using a county-based alert, which has been outdated for 15 plus years, then it will show the whole county under the alert. That's not how it's done anymore. We use these polygons. It's why on the app shows I'm under a tornado warning in Kinnard. Where is Kinnard? I will have to look that up. Double checking on that for you, for Kennard. Okay, so I see. So in Kennard, I'll switch over here. So this is what we're talking about in Kennard. So our team had issued a BAM tornado warning because there was some rotation on this storm. I'll check. Guys, if you're listening, this storm in Charlottesville, Knightstown, still think that that is capable of producing a tornado? Just kind of looking at the radar here, it looks more wind to me than rotation. So that one may be expired, but that's what you're seeing there on the app. Heavy rain and hail by airport in Columbus, nothing else. That's good news. Yeah, Columbus Airport was just to the north of where the rotation was. So that's good news. Rain, small hail in downtown Columbus. Again, love to see those reports. Be sure to stay inside though, stay safe. Here's your tornado warning area. You can see they finally expired it. They listened, they heard me. They heard me saying Johnson County doesn't need to be in the tornado warning. Johnson County is completely out of it now. Your tornado warning at this point is going to be across eastern Bartholomew County and then out towards Hartsville, Milford, and just west of Greensburg. Further to the west, for those of you asking about Martinsville, there is a decent little storm there for you, but at the moment, not a strong or a severe storm. Some gusty winds, perhaps some hail, small hail, some lightning, but not a strong or severe storm right now. Here is the only area right now under the tornado warning. So St. Paul, Milford, Adams. We click on this, we can see all the information. This is southern Shelby County. So not the northern half of Shelby County, but the southern portion of Shelby County is under the tornado warning. Western Decatur County, northern Bartholomew County, and this goes through 8:30. Risk here is a tornado and half dollar sized hail. There has not been one confirmed on the ground at the moment. Regardless, you can see the hook here. The hook is still here. There's still the potential that this could drop a tornado. This tornado warning again going for the next 30 minutes or so for the area with the red polygon. If you're not in the red polygon, you are not currently under a tornado warning. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning though. Knightstown, Spiceland, Louisville, for the risk of 60 mile per hour wind gusts and penny-sized hail. That goes for the next 10 minutes or so. That'll expire in about 10 minutes. So severe thunderstorm warning in here. Outside of that, everywhere else, we're just dealing with messy storms. All the other storms in the area right now are sub-severe, but a lot of you are going to be getting storms. We've got it in Morgan County. We've got it in Johnson County. We've got another storm developing here in Brown County. And to keep an eye on this one, it may be trying to rotate a little bit here. But your primary severe weather risk right now, Bartholomew County, southern Shelby County, western Decatur County, east of Columbus and west of Greensburg. I am going to real quickly, I want to switch over and look at the secondary cell. It has my attention. I don't see strong rotation yet. Again, we're looking for those differing colors to be a little stronger, a little closer together, like what we saw in Bloomington earlier this evening. But starting to hook, okay? We're starting to see a little bit of rotation here. There's no storm south of this, and so you can get a warm inflow into the storm, which can help increase the rotation. So I want to keep a close eye on this storm in eastern portions of Brown County as it pushes further to the east for any kind of increased rotation. It almost to me, there's still some rotation in Columbus. So I don't want to let our guards down. But to me, this one is weakening. And I think that this system or this supercell is starting to perhaps get its act together a little bit, starting to hook. So we need to keep an eye on this secondary supercell as it pushes into western Bartholomew County here shortly. Outside of that, guys, we don't have any other tornado warnings, any other severe thunderstorm warnings outside of this one east of Greenfield, south of Newcastle, active at the moment in Indiana. We do still have a tornado warning in eastern Illinois, albeit starting to weaken a little bit near Newton and Willow Hill. So that's the breakdown right now, guys. Your quote unquote danger areas are in the red polygon where the tornado warning is, and the yellow polygon where the severe thunderstorm warning is. I'm not sure if anything touched down in Brown County or not. Definitely in Bloomington. We confirmed that there was one in Bloomington, and I see a picture that it looks like somebody had sent. We'll work to confirm that's true. But right now, I have not seen a confirmed report in Brown County. So we'll work to confirm that. We'll see if the team sees anything. But we right now have not seen a confirmed report for Brown County. Zooming in here again, here is our tornado warning. Rotation at this point working towards Hope and Hartsville, east of Columbus. So I think the rotation at this point has passed east of the downtown Columbus area. So eastern Bartholomew County at this point is going to be the area where the rotation is going to be. And we can track this here. Greensburg 844, Hartsville 821, New Point 857, Rossburg 9 o'clock. So this is the track of the rotation right now. You can see the tornado warning is out to Greensburg, Indiana right now. Elsewhere, yeah, you've got a lot of heavy rain, a lot of lightning moving through. But at this point, your main severe weather risks, I think, especially northwest of India, I think have completely fizzled out for the most part. Yeah, some of the stuff in Illinois, somebody asking about the activity in Illinois, to me, starting to weaken a little bit. Rotation's weakening a bit, but worth keeping an eye on for sure. I've got my eye on the second storm here in Columbus, just west of Columbus. There's definitely some rotation, but it's weak. It's weak right now. I'm wondering, these storms are starting to have the look that they're getting a little more elevated. Curious what the team thinks. I'm just wondering if we're starting to lose some of the surface-based instability a little bit. You've got to have upward motion from the surface to get a tornado risk. Without that, you're not going to get a tornado to actually be able to drop down to the ground. Yeah, just looking here. Nope, Johnson County is okay right now. There's a decent little thunderstorm moving through Johnson County. You can see that here. Lightning, heavy rain, not a severe storm at the moment. Same thing for Trafalgar, Franklin, Morgantown. Nice little storm, but not a severe storm at the moment. Just looking around to see if I can give any more insight for the rest of this event, guys. Looking at some of the latest data coming in. Columbus, yes. The risk at the moment is east of you. There is another storm working towards you right now, but I'm not seeing any additional signs of rotation at the moment. So I do think that for the time being, you're okay in Columbus to get out of your safe space, if you will. So looking at some of the latest data, I, I do suspect there's going to be a second round of storms, especially along and south of I-70, Bloomington, Terre Haute, Indy, but I'm skeptical that they're going to be tornadic. I suspect it's going to be more of a hail and a wind risk. I'm going to show this to you all real quick, and then we'll get back to the tornado. If you are in Hope, you need to be in shelter. There, you are under a tornado warning. There is rotation that you can see here on the radar. I'll circle it. Here's the rotation. Hope, Newbern, Nortonburg, Hartsville, you need to be in your shelter place right now. You are still under the tornado warning. For Columbus, further to the west, you're out of the tornado warning at this point. But for Hope, for Hartsville, for Rugby, for Newbern, all the way out eastward towards Greensburg, you're not currently in the you are currently in the tornado warning. Real quickly, guys, I want to pivot to the simulated radar. So this is a look at the simulated radar throughout the rest of the evening. We'll move the QR code to the left side here so it's a bit easier to see. Oh, we'll try to. We'll hide it for now. Nope, I hid the whole thing. You all get to see me. Let's unhide that. Let's see here. Well, we're working on it. There we go. So simulated radar as we go throughout the rest of the evening hours tonight. So this is by about 9 o'clock. You can see your main cluster of storms kind of east of the Indy metro area at this point, likely for the most part sub-severe. This would be the area that we would need to watch for an isolated tornado and a stronger storm or two. And then we'll have this new development back here across western portions of Indiana. You can see that that activity is going to have the tendency to set up here along the I-70 corridor. Might need to watch out for some flooding risk. However, at this point, we don't have much instability. If we take a look, we can actually look and see what our instability looks like. And so if we look at our surface-based cape that we call it, there's not any left. So these storms at this point by 10 o'clock, in my opinion, are what we call elevated, which would pose a wind and a hail threat rather than a tornado threat. Beyond that, 11 noon, 12 a.m., 1 a.m., and this activity is pushing out. All right, Sullivan, you're not in a tornado warning at the moment. Columbus, it has passed you. The storm has passed you in Columbus at this point. Moving over back to the radars. No, guys, I would say if you are, from a tornado standpoint, if you're north of this line, you're done from a tornado standpoint. Something isolated in here can't be ruled out. But really, at this point, I think most of these storms are going to become elevated. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning. The storm has intensified a little bit in southern portions of Johnson County. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and the potential for some small hail. So a strong storm to severe storm in the southern half of Johnson County. Not a tornado warning, but some gusty winds, some hail, lightning, heavy rain going to be possible across southern portions of Johnson County as this storm moves through. We'll time it out for you all here. Nineveh, 829, Amity, 838, Edinburgh is going to be around 840. We'll click the southern portion of this as well just to make sure that everybody is included. So Franklin, 832, 825 for Mount Pleasant. Trafalgar is going to be a little bit closer to 822, 823 as this storm pushes further off to the east. Again, this is a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornadic storm at this time. And I'll show you, we can look at the velocity and you can just see there's not any rotation with this storm right now. The rotation in general is weakening. This storm in eastern Bartholomew County, to me, is really beginning to weaken. I would still stay in shelter if you're under the tornado warning, but I think I would be surprised at this point if this strengthened further. It seems to me that it's beginning to weaken a little bit more consistently. I think these storms are beginning to become elevated, and I think as a whole, that should start to decrease our tornado risk here over the next couple of hours. Because even this storm out to the west has now transitioned, that's heading towards Sullivan, it's transitioned to more of a severe thunderstorm warning rather than a tornado warning. They haven't extended the tornado warning further to the east. Further to the east, generally speaking, guys, this area, some strong storms going to be possible. It's very messy at this point. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning now that has been issued just to the east of Newcastle. This is going to be for quarter-sized hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds just to the east of Newcastle. That looks like it should pass just to the north and west of Richmond, Indiana. There's a little bit of rotation on this storm. So we do have some rotation here near Spiceland. So I want to keep an eye on that. There is rotation through here. So the map on the right is rotation. So that's helping me determine whether a storm can produce a tornado. So through here, we can see a little bit of rotation. So I'm keeping an eye on that. This on the right is just your normal radar. So I do want to keep an eye on this storm as it pushes a little bit further to the east. It's not the strongest signal I've ever seen, but it's worth keeping an eye on. Guys, I will talk about your location when it needs to be talked about. I know you're asking about Shelbyville, and I promise I will. I'm going to look at Shelbyville because the storm's going to move towards you, but I want to make sure that the areas that are under the warnings are the ones that are getting the biggest priority here. I will time out the cell for you all as it pushes east. Shelbyville's 859, Trafalgar's 820, St. Paul 911. We zooming in here, Smithland 850, Prescott 904. Looking here, this is an interesting signature. Little bit of rotation here, kind of an embedded supercell. This is northeast of Shelbyville. Want to keep an eye on this here. Let me circle it for you. So you see the red and the green side by side, trying to indicate some kind of rotation. These winds moving away from the radar, these winds moving towards the radar. That's what leads to the rotation. So I want to keep an eye on kind of this track towards Rushville. There is some rotation here. Rushville, that'd be 843. Yeah, guys, I don't know why they issued the sirens in Shelbyville. I do know why, because the tornado warning clipped the bottom 16th, southeastern 16th of your county. This is why you need clarity, because we're not going to send you an alert unless it is absolutely necessary. You're not going to get a tornado warning if it's 30 miles south of you. I do want to watch this though, because there is some rotation in here. There's not a warning on it right now, but keeping an eye on this storm because there is some rotation. And it looks like our team may have sent out a notification about it on clarity for eastern portions of Shelby County and northwestern portions of Rush County here, north and west of Rushville especially. So Nineveh, you're about to be hit with a strong storm. Nineveh is about to be hit with a strong storm. Some small wind gusts, 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts up to some small hail possible. Thank you, Sarah. Appreciate it. Yeah, a lot of people, guys, were asking about the sirens in Shelbyville, which is why I mentioned it. I know some of you on YouTube, I'm getting a ton of comments on Facebook as well. So, all right. Severe thunderstorm warning. So they have not extended this tornado warning. They have decided to go with a severe thunderstorm warning for Greensburg, New Point. Excuse me. This is for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and 0.88, very specific, 0.88 inches diameter hail, up to, let's say, quarter-sized hail with this storm. But as we mentioned, rotation beginning to weaken. It's something that we continue to monitor. The rotation is in here, but it's becoming less surface-based likely and becoming messier in nature. Right now, guys, Richmond, Fountain City, you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning. You've got some storms in the area. That tornado warning has now been canceled. So the tornado warning in eastern Bartholomew County towards Greensburg has been canceled. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning at this point. So at this point, guys, just to kind of review, we've got 3 or 4 severe thunderstorm warnings. We've got these two up here west of Richmond, north and west of Centerville, an inch diameter hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. And then the secondary one behind it near Newcastle, 60-mile-per-hour winds possible. We've got the severe thunderstorm. It's beginning to weaken with 60-mile-per-hour winds possible in Greensburg. And then our 4th severe thunderstorm warning, which includes southern Johnson County, which is Trafalgar, Nineveh, Franklin, and Edinburgh, mainly for the risk of 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and perhaps some small hail. Backing up to the west, in terms of our next wave, I see good signs here in terms of lack of tornadoes. So this right here, trending to be more of a wind and hail. 9:06 p.m. for Sullivan. Not seeing super strong rotation at this point. Right now, this is more of a hail and a wind threat for Sullivan. And I know the National Weather Service extended the tornado warning, or the tornado watch, excuse me. I'm not sure I agree with that. I'm curious if any of the guys in here think that, but it's 8:30 almost now. That would be 2.5 hours more. And the instability is just fading. So I'm just a little skeptical of the continued more widespread tornado risk. I do think there can be additional severe storms. I think that's probably likely along the I-70 corridor. An isolated tornado, but I'm just very skeptical beyond this point, especially after 9 o'clock, because the instability is just not there anymore. So that's kind of my live thoughts. You're getting my live forecast thoughts of just where my head is at in real time as I'm just analyzing what I'm seeing on radar. So that's my gut call. If you ever want to know what my gut call is, that is the gut call. Because I'm keeping an eye on things. That the team is more in depth with all of the dynamics behind the scenes outside of radar right now. What's going on with the jet stream? What's going on with wind shear? What's going on with instability? Where are the winds the most favorable at the surface to produce tornadoes? So they're looking at all of that right now, and I'm more radar watching and tracking the individual storms. So my gut right now is most of this activity is more severe, strong to severe storm risk than tornado risk at this point. Why did it not develop further south? That is a fantastic question. And the easy explanation is the warm front is just further north. I'll go over to the Clarity platform here. So your warm front is where the core of this activity is. So the instability and the dynamics were set up down here across southern Indiana. But two things happened. Number one, those storms this afternoon fired off maybe a little bit too fast. I think got messy pretty fast in southern Indiana, prevented that part of the storm from cashing in on the best instability. I think if storms would have fired off more like 3 o'clock rather than 1 or 2 o'clock along the Ohio River, it would have been a better environment. They fired off a little bit too fast. It was more favorable timing when they fired off here. Number two, your greatest threat was always going to be along the warm front. And the warm front lifted maybe a tick, maybe a county further north, and then coverage across southern Indiana was always going to be a little more isolated along the river, with the warm front shifting a bit further north. With the earlier storms in the afternoon, it just allowed for coverage to be less widespread, southern Indiana. So to review, here's where we're at right now. Severe thunderstorm warnings. This storm will head towards Sullivan in the next 40 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. Right now, it's not tornado warned. We've also got a severe thunderstorm warning for the next 17 minutes for Nineveh, Edinburgh, hail, and some wind, I think, possible with this. Greensburg, severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That's good for the next 30 minutes. And then we have a strong storm, severe storm, that it's moving towards Hagerstown, Economy, just to the west of Webster for 60-mile-per-hour winds and up to 1-inch diameter hail. Yes, Hartsville, you should be good to get out of shelter at this point. That being said, guys, I'm going to keep an eye kind of on some of these severe storms here over the next 15 minutes. And if we don't have any additional rotation or additional tornadic risks, we'll probably wrap this up for the time being. Obviously, if there's going to be any more, or if there's any additional development, we can always come back on. But I really think at this point, the highest tornado risk has passed. Not saying there can't be something isolated that still pops, but I think the highest, most widespread risk is past at this point. No hail heading towards Indy right now. We'll put the radar into motion so you can kind of see. It's really pretty. This is the Clarity platform. This is our local radar. You can look at that if you have the Clarity platform. You can go to the current here, toggle between the nationwide and the local radar. By the way, if you were here earlier, we talked about the rotation tracks. So let's look at this. Let's look at what's happened. There has been rotation here. You can see the track across Brown County, Bartholomew County. but it's weakened. We've seen it start to weaken as it pushes further to the east. Same thing with some of these storms. This storm has started to weaken with some of the rotation. There's still some there, so I'm still keeping an eye on it, especially with this one near Greensburg. Still has some rotation on it, but we're starting to maybe see these taper off a little bit. Excuse me. We also can look at hail tracks. Click around here. See, it's not showing a ton of hail on this cell. Last 24 hours, you can kind of see some of the largest hail fell with the supercell. That worked out to the west, up to 2-inch diameter hail. Really great tool for looking at damage reports. We've got a lot of roofing companies and insurance agents and adjusters that look at things like this to help make decisions. So here's our latest update, our latest more widespread update here, guys. Messy cluster of storms at this point moving across eastern Indiana. Couple of severe storms, mainly for wind and some hail. And then we've got a severe thunderstorm warning as well in eastern portions of Illinois. So it looks like our team did send out a new tornado warning here for Greensburg. So Greensburg to Oldenburg to Batesville would be worth taking shelter right now for some potential rotation. It's kind of what we were looking at here. So starting to weaken, but actually on this latest scan, guys, it actually picked back up if you watch. So rotation may be strengthening a little bit again. We'll go back over here to Greensburg. Let me switch my screen. Yep, there's definitely some more rotation here. So we're seeing rotation try to redevelop here near Greensburg. So if you're in Greensburg, I would take shelter. Greensburg to New Point, I would go ahead and take shelter now. You are seeing some broad rotation. We were seeing that a little bit on Clarity there. So our team went ahead and did send out another alert for a potential tornado there in Greensburg. Further out to the west, we still have this strong storm moving through eastern portions of Johnson County, showing some signs of weakening. I would say the worst of it is now past Franklin, Trafalgar, Nineveh, Morgantown at this point. Further off to the west, we'll take a look to see if there's any additional rotation here. Maybe a little bit of some rotation. Yeah, I think Hope maybe seeing the same thing. So I still want to keep an eye on this cell that'll eventually work towards Sullivan. There's a little bit of some rotation in here. Again, it's not a strong rotation. There's nothing on the ground at the moment. But let's time it out for you all. So 9:18 for Sullivan, 9:11 for New Lebanon. Cass is going to be around 9:30. Hoosier, 9:39. Linton, 9:41 is going to be the timing on this as it pushes to the east. A little bit of some rotation here. It's not super strong, but it needs to be monitored carefully, in my opinion. It's messy, very messy right now. And then we'll go back over here to Greensburg, excuse me. Definitely still some rotation here. Trying to, this is just the storm that just won't won't die. It looked like it was done, and it is trying to get its act together again. This has been the supercell. It's been the long tracked supercell that has been going all the way since Eastern Illinois when it put down its first tornado out there. So there definitely is some rotation here. Our team sent out the alert for it. We'll see if the National Weather Service issues another tornado warning. It's probably the biggest risk area that I still see right now. Timing this out for you all. We've got Greensburg is going to be in the next 5 to 10 minutes, probably the next 5 minutes. We've got McCoy at 8:50, Rossburg at 8:58, New Point at 8:58, Batesville 9:08, St. Mary's closer to 9:20. That's the track of the rotation of this right now, and you can see the rotation on the velocity. So this is what we're looking for. For those of you that are somewhat familiar with radar or want to learn, what we're watching for here is what we call the gate-to-gate shear. And so you've got winds. The radar is way back up to the north to the west. So you've got winds working towards the radar, winds working away from the radar, and it's that difference in winds that allows for the rotation right through here. So Greensburg, I would go ahead if you were in Greensburg, take shelter based off some of that rotation. Certainly stay away from windows, get into an interior room. Just out of caution with the fact that this is rotating some, I would go ahead and take shelter to try to stay ahead of that. Outside of that, guys, there's not a ton else going on at the moment. It's getting messier and messier. That rotation into Rush County has weakened some. Nineveh here, keeping an eye on that, but looks fairly weak as well. And then the other risk area is going to be out here near Robinson, Illinois, towards Sullivan, but becoming increasingly messy, I would say. Yeah, I think that there could be some additional storms for Spencer and Bloomington, but I would anticipate that at that point it's probably sub-severe. Maybe gusty winds, hail, but I think the tornado threat for Bloomington is getting lower at this point. All right, guys. So I'm gonna keep an eye here on the. Yeah, I think you're okay in Columbus. I think you're okay. I'm keeping an eye here on two things, and then we'll wrap this up. Greensburg, in terms of this rotation here, making sure this doesn't drop a tornado. And then the second area being Sullivan with this secondary cell out here. There's also a strong storm here in southeastern Johnson County, but I don't see rotation with that right now. So Greensburg is kind of our biggest risk. Nothing heading towards Bedford at the moment. Columbus, you could get some additional storms, maybe some gusty winds, hail as a risk. Again, the tornado threat, in my opinion, decreasing at this point. The pink area is my mouse, causing shenanigans, if you will. Sorry if this is a dumb question. Is messy good? Not a dumb question. When you get a messier setup like this, storms, they almost need to breathe. They need warm air injected into them to sustain. And so when you get such widespread rain is transporting down colder air. So rain is going to bring down colder air, denser air. That cuts off the warm air into the storm that allows for it to sustain itself, to grow the cloud, develop a strong storm. So when it gets very messy like this and you've got all of this rain across the area, it limits storms' fuel. And so when it gets so messy, it just makes it very, very difficult to see sustained storms, if you will. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning for Sullivan. It's not a tornado warning. So, not a tornado warning. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts possible with that there. And then we're just keeping an eye here on Greensburg. Still seeing some rotation here. So, Greensburg is the primary risk area for any type of rotation at this point. What is the yellow area east of Newcastle? That is a severe thunderstorm warning that will expire in about 19 minutes for the risk of up to 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. Yeah, Greensburg, if you're in Greensburg, I would take shelter. I would get into an interior room. I would get into a basement out of an abundance of caution because there is some rotation there. I'm kind of surprised that there hasn't been a tornado warning issued. So I would go ahead and do that just out of an abundance of caution. And I'll time this out for you all, and then I'll time out the Sullivan one as well. It is a severe storm, not a tornado warned storm. In fact, I would say if you're west of Greensburg, the rotation has passed you at this point. It's east of Greensburg towards McCoy, towards Smith's Crossing, towards Rossburg, and New Point, where the rotation could be moving towards in the short term. This storm getting messier and messier as well, though, so I would imagine it'll start to weaken here soon. Further out to the west, timing for Sullivan. Sullivan's going to be about 9:06, Cass 9:19, Jasonville 9:27, Worthington 9:48, Freedom 10 p.m., Spencer 10:12 for this next cell. This is going to be primarily a wind and a hail threat as this moves in. The rotation weakening, we're keeping an eye on it, but right now, rotation weakening with this storm. All right, guys. Let's take a wide view. I'm going to go back over to the Clarity platform here for a second. I want to take just a broad view of the system as a whole before we wrap this up here for you all. I appreciate you all bearing with us. Again, I think at this point, from what I see on radar, some additional strong to severe storms I think are possible. Yes, mainly south of I-70, but I suspect that our tornado threat is rapidly weakening here. I'm not going to say it's completely zero because in this type of a setup, we've got boundaries all over the place. That can help lead to some spinning of some of the storms, even if they're a little elevated. But I really suspect at this point, wind and hail are going to be the bigger threats. So this is the Clarity radar. This is our Clarity weather app that I know a lot of you are using and have access to. Matt has been also live streaming all night long, answering more specific questions and doing everything that he can. It's a little more personalized because there's a lot of you on the social media live stream, so it makes it a lot easier for him to get to more of the questions, I'm sure. And then our team's been sending out updates. So wide view here. We've got our secondary wave. At this point, it's primarily strong storms to severe storms. Southern half of Johnson County, yep, still under the severe thunderstorm warning. That will expire here in a few seconds. And then we have the secondary area. So the red dashed line is where we're monitoring for some of that rotation. Greensburg, New Point, mainly to the east of Greensburg at this point, Oldenburg, Batesville is that area that we're monitoring right now. But outside of that, guys, the worst of this setup has passed. So the worst of this setup, in my opinion, is out of the area. I think that we're in fairly good shape overall. Greensburg right now, guys, in terms of the rotation, I would say that the main rotation is now just to the east of Greensburg, just to the east of Greensburg towards Mechanicsburg. We'll zoom in on it. We can look at the rotation here on clarity. Starting to weaken. So you can see strengthened again. So it weakened, then it re-strengthened, and it's weakening again. So rotation beginning to weaken here near Greensburg. Still need to keep an eye on things. I think Batesville, New Point along the I-70 corridor here, but I do think that the rotation is starting to weaken a bit. Just wanted to keep an eye on. New Point, I would still be in shelter if I were you, just out of caution. Seeing some reports sent in from Bloomington. Whew. Definitely a lot of damage out of Bloomington. I'm guessing, especially on the western side, a lot of damage. Roofs torn off. We've got debris all over the place. So it definitely looks like Bloomington was hit pretty hard with that. But I think that the worst of the tornado lifted before it got into the university, which is awesome. Very, very fortunate that that happened. So obviously you never want a tornado, but it's good if we can avoid the worst of the areas. Seeing this rotation continuing to weaken here, I would say New Point, maybe continue out of caution to take shelter, but really think that outside of that spot there, just east of Greensburg, we should be in pretty good shape. The rotation should be east of Greensburg at this point. I'll switch over one more time here. Number one, weakening rotation. A little bit, but it's weakening, and it's east of Greensburg. It's east of Greensburg. So we will wrap this up here, guys. I'm going to switch over to the simulated radar real quick, and we'll show you how we expect this to evolve the rest of the evening hours. So it is just before 9 o'clock right now. You can see the sim radar actually doing pretty good with some of this additional activity. I do think that some of this activity can produce some strong to severe storms, but I think hail and wind going to be the primary threat. So don't be shocked if you do see another storm in Bloomington, in Johnson County, towards Shelbyville. I wouldn't be shocked with that. And the activity exits for the central Indiana closer to midnight or 1 a.m. But I think that the tornado threat is pretty much over. I'll mention an ISO threat just in case something is able to latch onto a boundary, mainly south of I-70. But I think your threat overall is getting lower and lower at this time. So one last look at clarity here, guys. Again, only severe warning is near Greensburg. That should be working off to the east soon. We're continuing to get some additional storm development, but looking more of a strong storm type of a deal rather than a big tornado type of deal at this point right now. So with all that being said, guys, I am going to wrap up this live stream. I appreciate all of you all watching. Almost set a record, 4.5 hours with you all. We'll, of course, be keeping an eye on things, and we can hop back on it if we need to. But I think that we are in a pretty good shape at the moment. No active tornado warnings from the National Weather Service at the moment. Our team will continue to keep an eye on a couple of areas via the Clarity platform. Of course, if you have the Clarity platform, if you don't have the Clarity platform, scan that QR code, click on the link, and be sure to get more information there. So appreciate all your support. Thank you for those of you that hung out with me the entire time. That was fun. And I think this will not be the last time that you see us on the live this spring. I think it's going to be a pretty busy spring. So thanks again, guys. Hope you all have a fantastic day. Stay